Nice. It was, I hadn't listened to the whole thing. That was great. That was, who was that? That was dedicated to Moonlight, the song from the new 24 Man at the last boss of 24 Man in 14. Let's see. Can we get you up? Hello? Come on, buddy. We having trouble. Moment, please. Sorry. Apologies. Quit. See if we can open you up again. A little difficulty capturing the actual window. Should be able to fix it from here. Try this. Capturing two things. Maybe. Oh, there we go. All right. I'm probably about halfway done with this, from my understanding. 2 hours in. And all the way from top. Ooh. Hard to drag. Week 13 out of 35. That's the main thing. I'll go right now. I've got spare time in my hands now. First time for anything. You say that like it's a bad thing. Spare time's a poison. You'd want to avoid it when you can. Hammond just hates everything that I ever have to say. Alright, double check the stream real quick. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're rolling. Loud, I think. Just a tiny amount. A little more. Okay, cool. So we are going to continue week 13. Now looking at the map and where we've been, if anyone's catching up, we began sailing from our last known point of port down in the southwest. Let's see if I'm capturing my mouse. Yes. And the goal was to get to the island with the other ship that was lost at sea, and now we're a bit lost at sea as we have gotten ourselves locked into some struggles. So moving on to week 13, we're pushing forward, again hoping to find the, what's the name of the ship? Ship's up here. The Viscount. Right. Let's continue on. I'm not accusing you of anything. Then why do you keep launching questions at me? I've told you I'm on the... no, we're doing Cockney accent. Why do you keep Well, then why do you keep launching questions at me? I told you on the ship the engineering was impeccable. Then why did we sink, Hammond? Why am I sentenced to the ice? I've more important things to be getting on with, Templeton. I just need to know what happened to the Temperance. You must have miscalculated. They stop, then turn to you. Captain, good of you to join us. Templeton was just interrogating me. Not an interrogation. We all have questions here, Mr. Hammond. Who's paying for this madness? Just jump on him outright. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You must have questions of your own, Hammond. Aye, too right I bloody do. Does Shaw not even know who the benefactor is? Templeton looks between the two of you and considers the moment. The scientist scans the room before moving to pick up a food tin from the corner. He lifts the tin and throws towards you. Apperton Tinning Company. Tinned fresh peaches. Consume within 3 days of opening. Are you serious? That's who's paying for this. We might die in the middle of fucking nowhere for a tin food company, sure. They have additional investments. I'm fairly sure we used to ship these in the Merchant Navy. It's no matter anyway. The money is good. This changes nothing about the mission. The mission is still our survival, not money. Of course, but I'm certain you would appreciate handsome pay for reward for said survival. The two men observe each other. Are we all in agreement, Captain? Aye, for now. Hammond exits. Hammond rightfully pissed off as duck. Sure. I did a stock on our current food after leaving Temperance Camp. We're burning through our food stores at a fair rate. Luckily, game is in abundance here. Should not be difficult to stockpile further food stores. For the time being, yes. But winter is approaching fast, and with it the game will start to dry up. We need to make the most of our time here if we're going to survive the winter. What is your estimate, Mr. Stoke? It's hard to say, but we'll need enough to last us 12 weeks. 12 weeks? And that's at bare minimum, assuming the tightest rations possible during winter. Understood. Thank you, Junior. Junior exits. Captain, we have a great opportunity to increase our food stores by a considerable degree, but we must consider the encroaching winter. We do not have enough to last the winter. Survival is just not possible. Ah, Captain, the sunlight won't last forever, you know. No time like the present to play a game of rugby. A game with the crew, that's what you're suggesting? Why not? Keep spirits high and blood pumping. An active crew's a healthy crew. A simple game always did wonders in my old expeditions. That's gonna shunt a few people off. Shh. Yeah, have fun. Who cares? We can go 3 to 5 people. I need the engineers. I don't think the scientists will care. Let's put some of our frostbite men. 2 young men. That's fine. A wonderful idea. I'm sure the crew will enjoy it. Oh, it's sure to be a lark. Chances like this don't come often, Captain. Sure, I noticed something. Crew got into these interviews with the photographer all shaken, but they're always feeling better when they come out. It seems speaking with Belford helps alleviate some of their stress and trauma. Aye, thought you should know. Well, Captain, we should continue to send any shaken crew her way. Ah, Captain, pleased to say I have quite the headache this morning. The crew greatly appreciated the wine. It's only a shame that we'll have to wait until we're back on land for more. A grand celebration for our return home is in order. Well, now we concern ourselves with getting home. Let's not celebrate early. Of course. Still a good time to be had. Alright, overall not bad. Dedicating people to the rugby game was a lot of people, a lot of time, but... Captain, perhaps you may have noticed some discontent among the crew. Sideways glances and the like? Yeah? You may thank the elder Stoke for that. Perhaps you should listen to what he's been playing as of late for the crew. songs of disrespect, songs of mutiny. He seems intent to sow distrust for you among the crew. He is becoming a problem. I feel I should make peace with the man. Somehow. I feel you will have a difficult time, Captain. Stoke seems to have dug in his heels. You will need to find some way to appease him. Either that or remove his accordion from the equation. Surely that would cause more conflict. Would you rather the tension bubble off, or would you rather cut it off here? The crew will not be happy, but perhaps a forceful show of authority is necessary. Templeton, you're a real piece of work, you know that? Real fucking piece of work. Life's better when you're not lugging equipment off a ship, don't you think? And you're one of the young ones. I was throwing my back out every day. Some well-deserving rest coming our way. If you think this is the end of our work, you've another thing coming. Anything? Alright, time to send some people off. Number one, we gotta get the engineers working hard. We could feed the furnace a little bit. What do we got? A little bit of coal. A little bit of food left, and that's about it. I feel like I should save coal, given the option. I'd like to keep a flare if I can. The flare that we used so far came in really... All people assigned to the mid-bay. Well, we can burn the spoiled rations. Considering our food's going to be pretty good, I think burning the spoiled rations is going to be the best bet. Looking pretty gross. As for the hoosh itself... oh, that's the wrong one. As for the hoosh pot, got more than a few penguins. And get the little ones in there. Gonna have to be hunting up a fair amount. And fish. Which is pretty good too. Let's do this. Right? So we're sending a few people out for hunting. That's gonna be our biggest bet. If I can get a scout. And a scout. And come back in, refresh one of the dogs. 9, which is excellent. We're looking for fish if we can find it. And exploring off to the north, preferable. We need the scientists. I can get all 3 for the research. I don't know how good the research is. This is the only opportunity to send them, so send them out. Damn. We have one more hunt. The Emperor penguins are good food, so we'll send out the boys. We can normally send 4. If I send 4 with the Emperor penguins, I'm pretty sure that all spoken for. There should be one more guy. Ah, gnomes. There we go. The seal, and the seal will be good for food as well. He is freezing though. Sucks. Alright, that's all the people, that's all the dogs. Dinner time. Dinner's shared, stories are traded. I gotta talk to Grim. You notice the sailors are still seated around the campfire, listening with rapt attention as Grimly plays on his... As he continues to play, the crew join in on the song.
Captain has a frozen arse, hard as rock, no thawing soon. Never tells which way is south, hardly tells their arse from mouth. They never had a notion for taking our command. Send us to the hells for biscuits, we eat out of their hands. We eat out of their hands. Captain Hunt could take a ship further than his fingertip. Captain Shaw can't move a pace. What a waste of hauling space.
Oh my God.
They never had a notion for taking our command. Send us to the hells for biscuits. We eat out of their hands. We eat out of their hands.
Mr. Grimley writing songs to shit on us. I don't know if laughing it off is the right call, but I'm gonna have to pull him on the side. Grimley, when we speak in private? No. You must have misheard me, Grimley. Let us speak in private. Didn't mishear you. Anything you want to say to me, you can say in front of the crew. Forget it then. Carry on being childish. Welcome, John. Mr. Grimley has decided to write and play a song calling me a piece of shit. And the rest of the crew are joining in for the song. And I get to decide whether or not his loyalty, smashing the accordion, is worth it. If I command him to play another song, he's like to write another one. If I stand back, things might get worse. But I can take a joke. Forget it then. Carrying on being childish. You step back, returning to your business as the crew returns to their own. You know, I used to be much taller than Grimley when we were growing up. It would piss him off something fierce being the older brother. Even Hunt would poke fun. I don't know why I'm remembering that now. I don't suppose he'd appreciate me poking fun, would he? He'd deck you, no doubt. He even tried that with Captain Hunt a few times. Crewmate just asked me if the dogs could serve as emergency fuel. Don't think they were serious, but I had a bloody good laugh imagining the Kennel Master's face as we suggested it. You tell Cordell, I'll watch. Keisha will work on your obituary. Or Kasha. Ha! You're a funny one now, are you? Pretty sure it's the captain's job to pass on that message. You should try it. Shouldn't you be with your father, lad? I'm grown enough. Well, the same at your age. Aye, long time ago. Consider yourself lucky someone's taking care of you, lad. Enough time has passed. Our benefactor may have realized that a disaster has occurred. We've known our benefactor for quite some time. Rest assured they will not be giving up on this expedition. Do I call them out? It was ill-fated to begin with. They should have seen this coming. The risks were known, but this degree of failure could not have been predicted. Though, in all honesty, I had very little trust in Captain Hunt to see this mission through. Hunt had a musician on his crew when I was a small one. Learned how to make him play the accordion from it. They just left. Always wondered what happened to him. Take it they were a carpenter as well? Aye. Took up both roles. I was the only one who showed interest. It's good to have some music with your dinner, is it not? I suppose we should take what is given to us. I intended to bring a phonograph, but there was no space among my equipment. A shame, but I quite enjoy what we have now. Captain, do you have any children of your own? I do. You miss them? Most of the crew don't know what it's like. Oh yeah, Bordell's got something to say. Have you ever attended the theatre, Captain? That's a luxury I have not indulged in quite some time. A good 10 years at least. Seen a few plays in my time, yes. That's good to know. Perhaps we can trade experiences at some time. Enjoying the craft of theatre is quite the escape, Captain. Shame that it is a luxury we cannot carry with us on the ice. Captain, I never thought I'd say it, but I'm starting to miss being on proper land. There's more drink back on land. It does have that going for it. A lot of bad memories back on land. Alright. Let's call it a night. Things are looking pretty spiced up. Oh, God. Okay. We need to cut the fuel down again. More people getting frozen. And I can handle with malnutrition as well, but we're gonna have to bring it down. Because we're trying to keep stores lively. Freezing, 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 frostbite, 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 freezing, freezing, nourished. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Okay. I'm basically out of firewood. Got more than a few people with frostbite. Morning, Cotton. I think I'm gonna miss a summer when it leaves us. Why's that? Winter means colder. Colder means having to waste more fuel on this bloody thing. Not looking forward to that, let me tell you. This one wandered into my tent this morning. Come along, Pascal. Pascal. Don't bother the doctor. Did he get near stores by any chance? No, he just woke me from my sleeping bag. He was licking my face. Friendly one. No need to be frightened, Doctor. I'm not. Of course. You know, Richard, I much prefer a hearty dinner of wild game to what we had before. Never could stomach those tinned rations, least of all the peaches. Is that so? I admit I might be a little biased. Where I'm from, you could get fresh peaches by the bundle, right off the tree. Bite into one of those and it takes me right back to my childhood. This peach is a native to your home island, as I understand. Apperton didn't quite do the flavor justice when they decided you should all have them. It's all too processed, I say. Well, concessions have to be made in order to encourage further production. Are you sure there is issue with the flavor, or do you simply prefer to live off the land? You know, it may just be that. I admit there's a certain satisfaction in gathering your meal yourself. It's how we all did it hundreds of years back. Thankfully, those days are long behind us. Anyway, I must attend to the day's requests. Alright. Part A. Rolling in here. We're going to get some frostbite people in the med bay. Have to get them to rest. Hopefully we're gonna bring freezing off of some people. That's the best we can do, is keep them from freezing. And I may have to stoke the furnace up something fierce. We don't have a lot of fire to get it going. The seal, bolstering it up to 85. Pretty good. Some fish in there as well. The hoosh pot. Pick up more, but let's see what people have to say. Captain, Kurt's game of rugby was a rousing success. Everyone was eager to get involved. Even yourself, Doctor, you don't seem the sort. I'm not, but Kurt did drag me into a game. I was tackled fairly hard. I'm still feeling it, to be honest. Not alone. I'm not surprised there was much roughhousing involved. Still, everyone had a great time, despite the multitude of aches and pains. If you'll excuse me, I may need to lie down now. Captain, I've been thinking. What is it, young man? Well, I'm not a very good sailor. I'm small and I'm not very strong. Oh, well, sorry to hear that. But I still want to help. There's plenty of sailors, but there's not as many scouts, or scientists, or engineers. Well, those roles require quite specialized skills. I can learn. Dr. Nutley loaned me his books, and I've been learning to read. I can still help, just a little. Well, earning a doctorate is out of the question in this scenario, but training isn't out of the question. If you're diligent, I suppose you could be taught some of the basics, enough to lend a hand at least. That's what I thought. Captain, please. Okay. Engineering, scout, or doctor's assistant. If anything bad happens to Nutley, that's it. We're screwed on medical. But having an extra engineer to help with frostbite does help a lot. I don't think we need another scout. We're barely using them to begin with. Especially because we didn't lose one. And I don't want him as just a regular old sailor. That's not helpful. I think the doctor's assistant is probably going to be the best idea. Again, because losing someone, even if he can help at all with curing people, like maybe getting one more person out of bed, would be really useful. I think that's the right call. Okay, I will. Thank you, Captain. Dr. Nutley is already lacking in proper experience, but he knows his theory. Perhaps a spare pair of hands is exactly what the doctor needs. The retaining runt has given the camp +1 maximum doctor slot. Alright, cool. I put 3 people in there now. I'm telling you, you're jumping the gun here. No, I'm telling you, you're out of your bloody mind. Gentlemen, what seems to be the issue here? Apologies for bursting in like this, but winter's on its way. We need to hunker down as soon as possible. If we want to survive the cold, we'll want the camp to be set up for the winter in 2 weeks. And you disagree with this, Kurt? You want protection from the elements, I understand, but I know just how long the winter can last. If we haven't stockpiled enough food, we'll starve to death for the weather, waiting for the weather to clear. So you would suggest a longer hunting period? Much longer. 5 weeks if we can. 5 bloody weeks? Winter will have hit by then, are you mad? We have enough to live off of. 2 weeks is all we need. I'm sorry, have you been on the ice before? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, have you been on the ice before? You talk like you have. Don't need experience to have common bloody sense, do I? Men, calm down. There's no need to turn this agreement personal. Captain, your thoughts? We have to take advantage of the hunting season for as long as possible. I think we do. Battening down for winter is not a bad idea. But I think, and I'm more likely to trust Kurt than Hammond at all. But we're going to go for that. And when the season ends, we'll be ripped apart. Think it through. Mr. Hammond, that is enough. The decision has been made. I trust the captain's choice. Perhaps 2 weeks from now, circumstances will change. We'll see. Now, if we both carry on with your work, fine. All right. Trust you, Captain. Captain, a suggestion. The ice at this camp seems stable enough that we could conceivably drill a hole through it. For what purpose? Ice fishing. I understand the crew are quite adept at the pastime. It would prove a pathway to gather more food. I doubt we would catch much beneath the ice is correct. But I'll assign some crew on it. Mr. Malnourished. We need people scouting, but I don't want to send people out to get frostbitten at all. Yeah, what'd I do? Just says 1? Just says 1. and try to pick up. We're going to send the frostbitten people. And Mr. Malnourished as well. Thank you, Captain. Direct them in their duties. Perhaps we will catch something worth our while. The early debate between Mr. Hammett and Mr. Darling was quite worrying. If our navigator and our engineer are at odds, the divide will form amongst the crew. Neither are endearing themselves to the sailor, it seems. A cause for concern, no doubt. This crew is like the body. Each organ must be working in tandem if we are to survive. Is there something I can do in the doctor's office? I'll ask for the medical comforts, get these guys here. Hopefully they'll be able to make back up. I don't have anyone feeling bad. Warm one today, relatively speaking. I never understood how we could grow so used to the cold. Can't even handle a proper summer back home these days. An island summer might just be what I need when this is done. Well, this is as warm as it gets down here. It's still cold, isn't it? You think you're cold. Wait until you have old bones like mine. I hope I'm not stuck here when I'm old. Will ya? Alright, we're going to have to get more food out. We'll probably send 4. We can do a 3, a 3, and a 3. Only got 2 people left since we've got the ice fishing going. With 2 people, the fish are useful. Well, don't I have another scout? Oh no, she's doing the thing. Yet. The fish are some of the least useful things, but I should send them out as far as it can go. Alright. That's that. As far as people go. Unless I expend the comforts. I can send 2 more out. That might be the smarter play. Let's do that. Ready to work again. Oops. Yeah, we're going to send more people out for the babies. You and you. Alright. Things are getting pretty dire, though. Let's make sure more's in the pot. And is there anything I can do to help frostbite? Scurvy, demoralization. No, we're good with where we're at. Alright, let's roll it. Let's see what other bullshit's gonna start happening. Here we go, another song. You notice the sailors are still seated around the campfire listening with rapt attention as Grimly plays in his accordion. Same song from last week. More. Same. Templeton approaches, speaking to you in a hushed tone. Captain, do you hear this? This has gone on long enough, don't you think?
Hard as rock, no thaw in soon. Never tells which way is south.
I agree. This will continue until you put a stop to it. Your leadership is in question. You have to act. The last thing that I should do is smash the accordion. But he's talking big shit to me. Turn this down a little bit while I think. So, am I going to leave Grimly be? I'm going to speak to him. The time for simple talk may be through, Captain. You back up. You march up to Grimly, who eyes you with suspicion. What was it this time? Grimly, tell me honestly, what's your issue with me? You aren't my captain. That's all there is to it. I hate to disappoint you, but I am your captain. You're fake. Junior steps in. All right, I think we call it a night. Grimly gives a nod and steps away as the crowd begins to disperse. If you keep pushing, he's going to keep pushing back. We all will. I'll have a talk with Grimly. We'll ease up on the music a little. So long as you keep things steady, we won't let you off the hook for anything. Yeah, dog, it sucks ass out here. Sorry that I'm in charge. See, the chief's got into a bit of a spat with Mr. Darling. Hammond's brilliant, but he's adamant to make everything harder on himself. Darling is any better. I was looking at my contract, Captain. After you in the Templeton, I'm the next in command. But don't bloody die. I don't want that responsibility. Yeah. Listen. I don't know what they think is going to happen, but I was not the person who dragged us out here sucking ass. I've been trying to get on Grimly's good side this whole time because he got the hearts of the crew. But if he's going to talk shite, then I'm going to throw shite right back. Better you than Templeton, I say. Templeton would love it. Let him have the bloody hat. I want nothing to do with it. Oh, are you ice fishing? Yes. Are you interested? My father would take me fishing quite often. I have some experience. Of course, it's a different story on the ice. Feel free to take the reins, Doctor. Oh, thank you. Perhaps a bit later. You look at me as an old man. Don't mistake me. I know I'm getting up there in years. But I'm a father, not a grandfather. You're perfectly capable, if that's what you're asking. In a way, yes. I suppose that's more pressing than grey hairs. It's all right, Robin. I don't mind being seen as the old man. Just so long as I'm not a useless old man. Are my favourite crew members, Lady Cordell. Tired. They need the rest. I won't disturb them then. You know, you should treat them more often. They receive all the treats they need, I assure you. We've been out here too long. Miss the sea. Just don't feel right on solid ice. Captain Hunt would tell me to suck it up if he were here. I'll say it too. Suck it up, Grimly. Aye. Shaw. Notice old Kurt has been butting heads with the engine. Not surprised. Mr. Hammond has butted heads with just about everyone so far. That mole man ought to be careful who he speaks to. He's fortunate Kurt is so patient. Let's be fair. Kurt can be stubborn as the rest sometimes. Yeah. Feel ya. Captain, I've noticed a decline in my writings. At first I blamed the cold. Then I realized I would often drink coffee as I write. It's becoming more difficult to keep up the energy without it. How much coffee would you drink to make such a difference? I admit I had grown quite dependent on the caffeine. It's a shameful thing. I've often struggled with sleep, no matter how exhausted my body would feel. It often wouldn't come. Best to channel those hours into research, I've always believed. And talk to these guys in a bit. Evening. I've been thinking all day about my mother, my father, my sister. It never quite struck me, but there's a chance I'll never see them again. Is there? Sorry, I shouldn't bring up such things. It's okay to be worried. Consider it motivation. Motivation? Right, I understand. Thank you, Captain. Captain, I was playing with Cordell's dogs earlier. I think when I return home, I'm going to get myself a pet. Oh my god, Kasha, do you have anything useful to say? Do you have anything useful to say? Not a dog, though. Maybe an exotic bird, like a parrot. Is that optimism? Good to hear. Better than worrying about what I can't control, right? can only speculate on what's happening thousands of kilometers away. Speculation does me no good. Yeesh. Alright. Calling it a night after that. Oh, man. Okay. Are we gonna crank it up so we can cure someone of freezing? Like, we don't have the fuel to just be blasting. Right? The food's doing pretty good, but I'd rather a couple people drop into malnourishment than anything else. Penguins, some dogs, a couple freezings. So, sorry, gnomes just died? Gnomes just died. Gnomes was a pain in the neck most of the time, never cared for practical jokes, but gnomes was my sailors. He just died. He just died of frostbite. Alright. I mean, I know it was bad, but... Don't know what he's on about. Lost in his little world he is. Must think he's 30 years ago. Man begged and pleaded to be here, just to feel patient. Don't know what you're doing listening to him. Suppose that's none of my business. Small group of emperor penguins are near the camp. Captain? Ridiculous. Captain, we need to talk about last week. I know you took the navigator's side, but you really need to think this through. I'm telling you, we won't last if we hunker down for a winter starting next week. I'll consider it, Hammond. Good. Don't be listening to that washed up old... The bird's just wandering in. Captain, a truly urgent request. Well, perhaps not urgent, but well, when inspiration strikes. Collect yourself, Mr. Gloss. Right, well, this is the perfect opportunity to write up a proper study on the birds of this region. I ask that some of the science team be allowed this week to write up our findings. It may risk us losing the opportunity to harvest as many of them for resources as possible. I don't care. We are trying to survive, not write books. Oh, apologies. It's just that an opportunity like this comes along, we likely won't see it again. God, they both hated that. Oh my god, look at this! It's just penguins just chilling in the middle of all of us. Getting as much food as we can by hunting the entire colony. So we can get a few people on it, right? Or we can get everyone on it. So first of all, we need to cure as many people as we can. We need to get more people in tent, med bay, where we have 3 slots. Got 2 people with frostbite, 3rd with frostbite. And we got him with frostbite too. Oh, God. Use the comforts. And assign a couple more people. I can't. It's frostbite and scurvy. I can't put them in. Oh, that's cooking up the comforts. Okay. We're gonna have to get more comforts going. Having trouble, Doctor? Oh, Captain, I could use a little assistance. It seems we have something of an unwelcome guest at the camp. There are many more outside, you know. What? Okay, this shouldn't be an issue. Gently grabs the bird by the sides. The squawking of the penguin ceases as he gingerly lets it out of the tent. There, done. 3 cheers for the triumphant Dr. Nutley. I do suppose I was getting worked up over a small issue. Please excuse me, I'm going to grab as many shots of the colony as I can before they're gone. If our tent has another vicious, bag-pecking intruder, let me know. Okay. So, in terms of food, and trying to get as much food as we can, probably sending people out to hunt the entire colony is the right way to go. Versus some of the colony. I think maybe some of the colony is the right call. Yeah. If we can't get more people in the med bay, no we can't. We can cure someone of scurvy. Nope. Cure someone of scurvy. Lemons. Cure 1 person. Do we have 2 people with scurvy? Let's see. What else we got? He's malnourished. Okay. Malnourished is not so bad. We can cure the scurvy a bit if we want. We want to feed the furnace. A couple bits of fish is probably a good idea. So we'll have a fair amount of food as we go on. Okay. Pass the time here as well. And send a couple people out. We're not really going to need a lot of food. So let's send out scouts this way. And we have nobody left. Alright. Well, that's that. We at least have the food, but people are going to start dying. Penguin colony moves on. It's a bit tense these days, isn't it? Surprise, time's catching up to us, right? Can't take another week looking out at nothing but the ice. Reading something? Yes, a book on poetry. Can you read one? On poetry, not of poetry. It's an analysis of the technique. Oh, I've always wanted to read. That's so. You wouldn't mind helping, would you? Suppose I could lend you a book, something simple. Thank you. Buying up my dinner, are you? You ain't got a sniff of this? Get running back to your master. Alright, just a bite. Those 2 are bickering again over dinner. Hammond and Kurt? Both of them are talking shite. Someone should talk to them. Aye, I know when a punch-up is brewing. I was thinking, if I die, the crew's fucked. My work will be wasted if I ended up going under. Captain, if I go, you better keep them alive. I'm not keen on dying for nothing. If you die, I'm just as lost as the rest of them. But try to get it together. It's only us. Man, I can't say a single good thing to that guy. Good evening to you, Captain. Apologies for the distraction. I was enjoying a textbook. Anything interesting? This was the first textbook I ever read when entering the field of botany. I'm more familiar with it front to back. Still, it's more than beneficial to reacquaint myself with my field of expertise, particularly when I have such time to spend now removed from it. You would recommend this text? The wording can be quite dense for most, but yes, you're free to peruse it if you wish. You know why plant life interests me to this degree, Captain? There's much to study. I imagine you would struggle to run out of information on them. Quite right. The plant's primary goal is to ensure the continued survival of the species. Yet the plant is stationary, vulnerable. What I find truly impressive is how they have developed to take advantage of their circumstance. They take advantage of the actions of others to ensure their own existence. Take your average apple tree, for instance. Birds come, they feast upon the fruit, and the seeds stored within scatter to the ground, ensuring another will grow. Quite ingenious a system, is it not? A form of life so seemingly simple has outsmarted just about every other species that would otherwise cause it harm. Perhaps you should look into a different line of work. Tin food companies don't seem to be your passion. One could assume that you would be mistaken. As I told you before, the Apperton Company carries ambitions much greater than a can of tinned peaches. I'm proud to work with you. I assume this topic is quite a bore for you. Keep you any longer, Captain. Pissing a lot of people off. You don't have work to do, child. But their names. The one you're petting, that's Maxwell. It's a person's name, isn't it? Are they all boring? No. Captain, something occurs to me. I know startlingly little of your life. You've invited me here several times now, and I've given little thought into asking you about your own affairs. A staggering lack of etiquette, wouldn't you agree? Is there something you wanted to know? No, not particularly. I was merely marking on my faux pas. I still have no interest in prying. Oh, that's fucking Irish again. I still have no interest in prying. You are Captain Shaw. That's all I need to know. Shaw, if anything happens to me, make sure Junior is my accordion. That's all I've got to give. I'll make sure of that, Grimly. Aye. Thanks. On a ship with Grimly and Hunt. To be honest, that's all I've ever known. Half my earliest memories are of that. When this is over, I'm not sure what to do. You and Grimly can carry on. This isn't the end for you. It's the end of something. Matters. We aren't going back to the same comforts after this. Those days are over now. Wish I knew ahead of time. Went into the furnace if I'm dabbing with you. I've been thinking, Shaw, if this expedition is indeed the end of the line for Kurt Darlin, I wonder how they'll speak of me when I fail to return. What will the newspapers say? They'll herald your return and nothing more. Don't lose faith. Ever the optimist, Captain? Suppose I should think the same, for the crew's sake at least. Funny, isn't it? No matter what you do in life, you never get to see your own legacy. Kurt and the Mole Man are still going at it. Surprised the Chief doesn't bend in disagreement. Maybe he should. A simple apology would allow us to return to our work without issue. What makes you believe Hammond should be the one apologizing? Common sense. Captain, I realized something. Enough time has passed now. My family, they'll know something was wrong. My father must be mortified. My mother, I can't imagine how worried she must be. It's reasonable to be homesick, Arthur. Try to stay strong, though. Yes, I will. But I admit it turns my stomach to think about. Before I joined this expedition, I was concerned with how my report would be received. I'm certain the wreck makes for a far more interesting story. But before that, it feels like interest in the great explorers is waning. Why'd you take the story? Well, interest wasn't waning with me. I grew up on these tales. Don't know where I'd be without them. Others may not care these days, but they stick with me. I hope another child latches onto this story. Kurt and Mr. Hammond are still at odds, I see. The engineer and the navigator butting heads. That's not a good sign, is it? They're smart men, Doctor. I'm sure they'll reach a peaceful agreement in time. I would hope so. There's no need to worry. This will pass. Whew, dahoosh. The hoosh. We putting food in the pot. Best off with the Emperor Penguins here. I think we'll have to... We'll want to save at least one flare. Maybe two. I think two is fine. The ale kegs. Emperor Penguin. Hopefully we'll end up with a lot for what we did. Put a few of the little guys in there. Okay, we're probably gonna lose somebody at the end of tonight. Here's hoping. We'll have to crank it. I don't think there's much else to be done. The food's gonna be okay. We can crank down the malnourishment. Not so bad. It'll be good to hang on to food at least. We got a scurvy. We got a frostbite. We got Runt's dad who died. Yeah, this is... I don't think I'm making it. I don't think I'm making it 20 more weeks. Ward was a good man. Won't be the same without him. Captain, why did my dad have to go? Why did he have to? Ward was a good man indeed. Man gave up an arm in this line of work, and it never even slowed him down. Because death catches up even with the toughness of bastards, eventually. Kasha charges into the tent. Captain Templeton! You're out of breath. You're out of breath. What is it? It's Kurt and Hammond. They're about to knock each other out. Come quick. Best to see it. It's best to see to it, Captain. You rush over to the commotion near the boiler. Do you have any idea how much you're jumping the gun? I know how much you bloody want to keep playing in the snow. Playing? I take my work as seriously as you. You don't actually believe... Oh, no. I'm switching their accents. Hang on. You don't actually believe that, do you? I know you care enough to go behind my back to the captain. Fine, we'll do things your way. No preparation, no stockpiling. We can all starve to death, but sooner. We're not going to get any more prepped waiting around. We need to hunker down. You just like feeling useful and you don't want it to stop. You don't care about lives on the line. Of course I do. I've experience on the ice. I know the dangers of the winter. You're just too stubborn to do anything anyway but your own. And when you don't get your way, you make a big song and dance about it. You can't help yourself. You're a bloody glory hound. Always looking to the big man. Not hard. Sorry that you can never be the big man. Watch it. It's clear that this could quickly turn ugly. What in the hells is going on here? Kurt and Hammond notice you. Kurt eyes you before scanning the audience that is assembled. Captain, I'm sorry. Our friend here just can't let the matter go. You're going to get us killed, you idiot. I'm not the one who agrees with this course. Then get them killed. Get yourself killed. I don't care what you do. Fire your gun in the air. The blast startles two of Cordell's dogs who go jolting across the ice and out of sight. Fuck, that was the worst that I could possibly have done. The noise grabs their attention and they stop fighting. After the exchange, both men look to each other wearily, their aggressions taken out. Two of them left only with a glow of shame from their actions. Elves. Certainly could have gone better. Kurt is unable to bring a laugh to anyone, including himself. Did you both get that out of your system? The two men let out weary sighs, all almost in unison. This is a waste of everyone's time. You walk away, making your way to the tent. The two men left to wallow in their shame. Meanwhile, we're losing people left and right. Oh no, he's got frostbite. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart on that. There's no way. There's no way. I lost someone in the middle of the night. I lost 2 dogs. That was as bad as it could possibly get. The hells is going on here? Okay, we're gonna go back to that. They may just have to throw punches. That might be for the best. They just take a swing at each other. It's like a hockey fight, you know? You just gotta let it sort themselves out and let them. You think you could just come marching into the middle of camp and Kurt laughs. Marching? Bah! Unlike you, it only takes me a few steps, cane and all. You could have brought this up in private, but nah. Men like you can't survive without an audience, can you? I'm trying to be reasonable, Hammond. This is just like the ship. You're oh, damn it. This is just like the ship. You're incapable of considering anyone else's point of view. Everyone else's point of view isn't 10 foot off the ground and still up their own hole. For such a short man, I thought you'd be above name-calling, Hammond. I told you to watch it. You're being heartless, Hammond. Heartless. I'm the bloody one playing it safe. Sasha turns to you. Aren't you going to do something? Grimly breaking them up is not a bad idea. I don't think he likes me enough to do it. It's my job to do it. I step between the two men, breaking the pair up before things grow physical. Captain, this is between me and the engineer. Out of my way, Captain. I'm not done. Return to your stations or else. You may kill each other in your own time. Put a stop to this now. Do either of you have the crew's interests at heart, or are you just eager for a scrap? You are. Return to your stations, or else. After the exchange, both men looked to each other wearily, their aggressions taken out, the two of them left only with a glow of shame from their actions. That certainly could have gone better. Despite his jovial comment, Kermit is unable to bring a laugh to anyone, including himself. Both of you should be ashamed. We're supposed to be professionals. The two men let out weary sighs in unison. Yeah, much better than all the shit that I lost for that. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave them to think about it. Two men left to wallow in their shame. Stepping in yourself, Captain, and becoming. You should have exercised your authority proper, not gotten physically involved. I just set an example for the rest of the crew. They should follow it going forward. I see. I respect that view, Captain. We best hope that the crew indeed follow your example. I'm concerned they will instead expect you to act on their behalf. All right. Who can we get? This man has scurvy. Probably best. Frostbite. Scurvy. Just put him in the bay. Put him in the bay. We got 10 people. We got hunting to get to. Oh, wait. Is that the... Oh, it's still morning time. Captain, I was surprised when you sent Ward my way, but he's taken to the job well. Hi, call me Dr. Timmy Ward now, Captain. Well, you need a certificate for that first. But he's been a great help. Thank you, Captain. Well, it seems the young Ward has taken to his new calling. I never would have expected that boy to move into medicine. Those people can surprise you, Captain. Sure. Any spare timber? Crew wanted me to carve up some totems. Totems? Aye, for good fortune on the ice. Some feel uneasy after what happened. We're out. If you happen to find any wood in the ice, you're welcome to use it. Shame. Burnt it all. Burnt it. I figured we would need food or furnace for something. Okay, what did we hunt all those fucking penguins for? Didn't I get a shitload of penguins and now they're all gone? Like they're all gone? Send the scouts out. Gonna send the scientists out. I don't... What is the research good for? Measure of your expedition's success. That's what a fucking waste of time. Okay, we're gonna send we're gonna send the scientists out to go hunt. Not gonna be great, but get a man on it. Get a scout out and another scout. Or ooh, some seals, nice. Okay, we're fucked. Big fucked unless I can get some kind of wood to burn in the furnace. I have basically nothing. Got a fair amount of food, but nothing to keep boys warm. Alright, you can toss a flare in there. A couple of these guys. I'm not too worried about the demoralization at this point. I just gotta keep people... so far, there's been no cannibalism, Yoshi. Although men have been at each other's throats. I've been looking over the contracts. I feel an update should be made. Your work has far exceeded your pay scale as first mate. Once we return to land, I will arrange for you to receive Hunt's promised pay, in addition to your own. That pay should be divvied up among the crew. Among the crew? Oh, your humility is admirable. Shan't argue with your wishes. I'll arrange for it once we return to the land. Certain the crew will be pleased. The fight was something. Two jumped-up egos, cracking under pressure, I imagine. Never been in a fight, have you two, Johns? Oh, nobody's ever tried to fight me. Surprised. You're massive, but you wouldn't hurt a fly. I should apologize for what happened this morning. You should, or you want to. Shouldn't give into immaturity. Should be bigger. More mature men. Alright, let's leave it at that. Gonna be starting on you again. Right, good. Aye. The two share a brief silence. If they become a cannibal, I can change it to Gilbert Gottfried. I can change their voice to Gilbert Gottfried. You can be on your way now. The two return to their duties as you return to your own. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that. I can do that for all of 5 seconds before I start to hurt my voice. Yeah. Do me a favor, Shaw. If I don't make it back with the rest of you, take care of Grimley. Losing Hunt is one thing, but both of us? I'll try, Junior. I promise you that. Aye, thanks. Make sure he's set up well. He deserves that much at least. Captain, you have a pen, don't you? There's something I need to write. Of course. I've been giving it a great deal of thought. I'm going to make sure we all make it back home. But if I don't, I want you to pass something on. Should I die, I want the ownership rights of my films divided up among my children. It will set them up for many years. Could you pass that on for me, Robin? The rights to your films? That's the only message you wish to pass on? Anything else would seem hollow. It's looking out for them, at least. You've been bothering my dogs for some time now. You're having fun. You shaken by the morning's events? That? I've covered much worse incidents in the city. Yes, but you could return home after that. Grant my dogs a rest. Grant one to yourself as well. Samberry and Pascal were engaged in a fight this morning. A more serious matter than the usual scrap. I put a stop to it, but it is concerning. Those two often get along. Perhaps the pressure is finally getting to them. The ice can do this to people. Dogs are no different. You would hope not. Maybe right. The stress can affect us all, can it not? I'll have to be more gentle with that pair in the coming weeks. Gentle. Captain, I've made friends with this crew. Kasha, Kurt, Junior, they've all treated me with kindness since I arrived. Sorry, I just had to say that out loud to someone. I suppose that it sounds awfully childish to brag about, doesn't it? Pathetic! I'm happy for you, Arthur. Oh, thank you, Captain. I'm just happy I can admit something like that. It's kind of you to listen. Captain, I made a decision. I know enough of these expeditions. There's no guarantee I will return home. My writings are inside a case, alongside Dr. Nutley's equipment. If the rest of you return to land without me, I want my writings to be published. Finished, unfinished, doesn't matter. I doubt it will be published. What the fuck? Damn. You will be returning home, Kasha. I won't be allowing the death of a civilian. I appreciate the sentiment, but we both know these things are out of our control. I'm only following this crew's story. It shouldn't die with me. Talking about the fight. All right. Well, everybody's gonna die tonight. Hopefully, we're not losing anybody else. Able to cure one person of frostbite was pretty nice. But it's 38 below at the moment, and I can't really spend much on anything else. 2 people freezing. More people are going to come back freezing. I can't. I'm going to have to bring someone malnourished. Penguins. Bunch of people freezing. Bunch of people with frostbite. I've no idea how we're gonna make this. Lock down the camp and prepare for winter, or keep rolling with it. About what happened last week. Sorry. No requests. And send people out. Probably one more time. We have to get more stuff. We have to get more stuff. We're gonna cure people of freezing. We got 2 people freezing. Got what do we got? Got a malnourished. Got a freezing. We got a freezing. Freezing's not so bad, and I still have a tin of lemons to get rid of scurvy, so malnourished is not that bad. 3 freezing is not enough that I can take care of, though. So why don't we... Medical comforts. Gonna have to get rid of freezing on a couple people. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of them because we're gonna go out for one more hunt. Here. Just the 2 elephant seals. You can scout. Fish. Fuck. More scout. Science. Oh, boy. These cost too much. I'm going to have to use a fish to get some food back. Get a dog back so we can send people out. Last fish. We have a fair amount of the Emperor paint. That's good. get the furnace rolling with these boys. Which is where most of it's going to have to go. I don't want to get rid of a flare. Getting rid of a flare is going to fucking kill me. Alright. Out on the fish. We'll batten down next week. Which is the best that we can do. I'm gonna call it Sunless Sea. I have not played Sunless Sea. What is Sunless Sea? Sunless Sea, a gothic horror RPG. Oh, what is this? Oh, this looks cool. Like exploring different islands and stuff? Huh. No, I've never played it. Would you recommend it, Yoshi? This reminds you of some of that? Summer's winding down? Most likely. Good. It's designated by our benefactor, the second officer in this expedition. I'm doing my duty. Aye. Neat ambiance. This definitely has an ambiance. As soon as I lost one of my guys, it was too... And the quiet really set in. Not getting quoted in your bloody report. Worked with Mr. Templeton before. Do you happen to know his age? It wasn't listed in the records, and I'm estimating based on appearances. Difficult. He's younger than he looks, that's all I know. Exhausted just about everybody's conversations. Just a couple people talking about stuff. Okay, we're gonna call it a night. Wait, I can't call it a night? Is that... I can't call it a night? I have to lock down the camp? Guess so. Quorum's going down. Crew's going down. Got some seals. Got some fish. Wounded by an elephant seal. Freezing. Oh, the weeks are just blasting by. '21. We were on week 16 before. Captain Shaw, personal log. The crew have settled down for the long winter. It will be many months before the canopy is removed, and further travel across the ice will be a possibility. Before the winter set in, the navigator and the engineer came to blows in public amongst the crew. Quite literal were the blows, as the men had to be separated. This is a reflection. But for two crew members to disagree or to bicker is common, expected even. To see such aggression be allowed to flare up to such a degree, the default lies with the captain. Such an error will not happen again. The crew will be here for quite some time. The winter's long, cold, carries out in complete darkness. One can lose track of the days. Men are known to go mad under such conditions. It is not uncommon for one's sanity to buckle under stress and fear in extreme conditions. This proves to be the most extreme of all. Complete darkness in the coldest part of the world. It would be appropriate to keep a constant check on the crew's mental conditioning at this time. The coldest part of the world has entered its coldest stage. In the winter, even words and time can freeze over. The doctor is likely to have his hands full in the coming months to deal with frostbite among the crew. I only hope the young man is prepared for such a task. The canopy, keeping the winter out at least. Look at this, it's like we're under one big tent. Suppose so. No more hunting then. For the foreseeable future, yes. Alright, here's hoping we have enough food to last us. Yes, let's... Under the canopy, it's almost cozy. If you ignore that it's colder than ever, yes. But I wouldn't give to have a nice flask of hot cocoa at a time like this. Oh, why did you have to mention it now? That's all I want. Oh, well, best saved for home, eh? Oh, Dad died. Or the beasties. Iron and the rest. Something they may have to make a habit of in the coming weeks. Ah, and you're finally afforded a break from them. I'm only seeking a modicum of heat. Let's get used to that, too. Long winter ahead. Indeed. Alright. I have almost nothing to keep myself fine. Well, we have the tinned food. And we have some elephant seals, which can cure freezing. But that's just about all we got. Oh no. No. I'm trying to put it in the furnace. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah. May as well burn them. That's it. We got one more flare, just in case. That's all we got. Cure them of freezing. It's good. What's, oh, someone's injured? We have malnourished, scurvy, did the rest. Okay, mostly taken care of. Time for the hat. Well, Captain, sun won't be getting up for a while. Come to our new home. Aye, this canopy ain't pretty, but she'll do us right. Better than being stuck out in a blizzard. That, I believe, we can all agree. It's a strong one, aye. Worse than any I've seen. We'll have to keep an eye out for rips in the outer canopy. Don't want the heat seeping out. The cold ripping in. Say a single hole, you grab whoever you can to fix it. Best we heed their warnings, Captain. This tarpaulin is old and clearly seen better days. Hope you're becoming accustomed to our new setup. It will be some time before we can leave this canopy. 21 weeks. I assume you've been taking track of the time? It's been 21 since we first set sail. 18 more weeks until rescue, correct? Yes. Winter will be long, but I feel it won't feel as such. Even thoughts can freeze out here. I think the weeks will pass before you... Still, you have been in command for quite some time now. Made for interesting observation, at least. All good observations, I hope. Well, Templeton flicks through the pages of his notebook. I admit, telling the crew that Hunt had passed away did not endear you to the sailors. I ain't skeptical. But I was the one who recommended that course of action, and I still believe it was one of our best options. Shouldn't have listened to you, Templeton. I shouldn't have lied. Still believe the truth will be more harmful in the end. I must commend you for your action during the incident with the leopard seal. Your cool head and preparedness meant we were able to avoid disaster. Kudos. It'll be a long time before winter clears, but when it does, we will be closing in on our rescue point, which is also the last known location of the Viscount, if you may recall. Wonder if Hunt was still headed in that direction. Hunt? No, I doubt that. The man had little faith in the expedition. I wonder. You still hope to find the Viscount? No matter, we've spoken enough. Best we get back to work. I don't really know. Can I, send people out to do things? I would say, at least while we're waiting out the winter, I'll have plenty of time to practice chess. If you're interested in a game, Templeton, I wish you good fortune, but I doubt you will develop much. Too cold to think. Is that the same compass you carried in your third film? Indeed it is. I'm surprised you were able to pick up on those details. Well, I have seen them quite a few times. My family purchased a print of Through the White Wastes for private screening, so I'm quite accustomed to it all. Through the White Wastes? You must have been this tall when that film came out. Maybe shorter. That canvas pack of yours, that must be 30 years old by now. Aye, I know to keep my equipment well maintained. You're the same, aren't you? Of course, I never let my trusty camera even get scratched. You know, we barely had a budget for that first film. Most thought the idea was set for disaster. I had to get that sponsorship of tinned beans to even get that expedition off the ground. I remember those adverts. Newspapers ran them for quite a while, in fact. I had some newspaper clippings for research, building a portfolio. I think one of those adverts is in the folder. Is in this folder. Why would you need so much research? Seems a bit much for one expedition. Well, this is for something else. That is? Well, it's somewhat shameful to admit, but I keep record of some historical figures that I have hopes on one day, well, writing a biography on. Biography? I know it's getting ahead of myself, but I like to be prepared for projects that are in the realm of possibility, maybe? Ah, I would like to see that. A historical figure, eh? I would say you fit the criteria. Flattering, but that does make me sound old. I assume there's no hunting I can do at all. Oh, there is! I can still send people out. Do a little tiny bit of hunting. Everybody else is pretty fucked. I can get a few things sending people out on the hunt, but they're gonna come back fucking frostbitten as all shit. And as for that, I can't really send people out. I suppose I could instant cure the people that I've got. May as well do it now. I've got 5 more. I can have the scientists. We still got frostbite. I thought he was in here. Oh my god, he's just gonna die. He's just gonna fucking die. Hell. Well, time to send people out. Everybody's gonna come back with frostbite and be dead. No, there's no, I can't send people out now. Yeah, there's no way. Like, if I send them out, they're just gonna freeze to death. Choose who to spend your evening with. Repair a hole. Huntley and Grimley. Bert. Who do I need? Who are my friends? Hammond hates me. Grimley hates me. Junior hates me. Cordell hates me. Nutley loves me. Bert loves me. Hammond loves me. None of these people will be spend time with. I suppose Grimley would be not so bad. Cordell would be not so bad. Have a few people that can repair holes. Get to work. Guess Grimley's gonna be the most important. They gonna go in for a stroll? What? Staring at the exit for a while there. Oh, right. All right. Yes. Gonna be a long winter, isn't it? Should be. The food we have now will have to last us, right? What are you getting at? Well, nothing. See that, Shaw? Something's up with the doctor. Don't like it. Miss Cordell, will you be able to calm that thing down? I'm attempting to make note of the day's work. The move has left Stanbury overstimulated. And with nowhere to take them, bored. How long before the creature tires itself out? The pack down can remain active for several hours without taking a rest. And then it will calm down? Perhaps. Then another is likely to act out again. How is anyone to have any work done in their presence? You'll grow used to it. Learn to focus your mind. I am focused on my duties at all times. Thank you very much. Then you should have no issue. Ugh. Captain, we're set in for quite a few weeks. We'll have to find something good to pass the time. All sports are out of the question, considering the circumstances. Perhaps we can share stories of expeditions past. I have quite a few up my sleeve. I prefer to sit through the storm in peace and quiet. Can you shut the hell up? That'd be nice. That would be just spiffing, though we may be here for quite some time. Better I get through them at a reasonable pace. I wouldn't want to waste every story I have in a single evening, would I? Get back to your work for now. Doctor, you're back. You wandered off so soon after dinner. Something on your mind? Oh, no, I was just planning to get an early night. Oh, well, good night. Yes. He's got the shits. To shit himself to death. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I can't be spending shit on rations like this. But I also can't have people freezing their asses off. Gotta go down to 15 with it. Fucking hell. Freezing, freezing, freezing. Died. Freezing, freezing, nourished. Cool. Mr. Zack was more than a capable physicist. His knowledge was a great boon to our benefactor. We lost him. He may not have endeared himself well to that Saltborn, but his absence will no doubt be felt. He's quite fearful of this expedition. It saddens me that his fear was confirmed. Got nothing to throw in the furnace except for these. Ears on it. Getting people up for the interview feels decorum, so at the very least there's that. Five decorum is not that bad. Med bay. We're gonna get, what do we? Nourished. Freezing. Free. Best I can do. Notice anything about the doc lately? Since winter started, he seemed off. More than usual. I think we should have words. How's the mutts doing? Overstimulated, bored, cramped. They'll grow used to it in time. What's the state of the boiler? Cramped, but it works. Nobody's dying. Good to hear. Thought I heard that one howling through the night. Stanberry? I doubt that. Stanberry is remarkably well behaved. No bar for those. Better behaved than most of this crew. Again, low bar. Mate, I'm losing track of the days. You're not alone there. Can you believe we've been holed up here for 3 weeks already? 4 weeks, actually. Shit, you're joking. Right not? Shit. Mr. Templeton, you wouldn't happen to have a spare pen, would you? It's so cold, the ink in my own froze up. I'm afraid I have the same issue. Blast it. I'll have to warm it up by the furnace then. Oh, Chimachi. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it. We at least got a few people that are okay. Oh, this will be good. Good. Damn. Need to get as many people as we can on it. Just the two? We got 3 more crew members, but I haven't looked stuff for the day, so they might need to repair things. Need to do this, but mind moving me to a new spot? Getting awfully cold and these old bones are starting to crack. I'm not on special treatment, but I'd like to be moved closer to the boiler for warmth. I move immediately. Thank you, Captain. Winter's been harsh. Captain, do you mind if I move to a different tent? Worried about the boiler. I'd like to be on hand in case of an emergency. Would you be able to move me closer? Sorry, Grips, I just granted that spot to Lefty. What? He isn't even an engineer. Why should he be placed next to the boiler? I knew I should have asked sooner. That's my fault. Complain. Oh, Templeton. Need to do something about Arthur. Arthur? Doctor. Right. Yes, Dr. Nutley. What do you mean, Grimley? Since winter started, he seems unwell. I think the pressure is starting to get to him. I'm surprised to see you coming to us with this issue. I didn't take you to show concern to a high-class landborn. He's a good lad. Means well. Besides, he's part of the crew. Hunt picked him out. Well, it's no secret that the good doctor carries a nervous temperament. You think it's beginning to affect his own health? I'm not alone. Junior, Belford, and Darling all think so too. It's quite noticeable. Don't worry, Grimley. I'll have words with him. Good. Better sooner than later talking to him. Lad's barely hanging in there. Captain Templeton, I heard through the grapevine our good doctor was having a spot of bother. Indeed, you may just be able to help. You know the boy well, don't you? I would say so. How long have we been on the ice together now? Then you may just be the right man for the job. We're concerned by the doctor's temperament. He's slowing down in his work, and he may threaten stopping altogether. Well, his own health comes above his work, wouldn't you agree? Both are a matter of grave importance. Speak with him, then. I'm afraid that might be beyond me, Richard. What? It's a captain's duty to consult the crew. Right you are, Robin. What? Spoken to the lad quite a bit. Never made it through to the boy. Tough nut to crack. I might not have the right disposition for it. Too soft, say. Excuse me? You treat him too softly. The young man's a doctor. He does not need to be handled with gloves. What he needs is someone to remind him of the duty behind his role, not sugared words. The boy's temperament is hanging by a thread, and you want Shaw to approach with a saw? You said it yourself. The gentle method proves ineffective. I said no such thing. They're both my friends, so I don't really need to... Do I agree with Kurt? Do I agree with Templeton? No use arguing this. See you best when I have words with the man. Understood. Because what presents itself in the moment is best. It's no good playing with hypotheticals, is there? Trust your judgment, Captain. Let's leave the talk until after dinner. Need to interrupt his work further. Please, let me know how you fare, Captain. Best of luck. Ugh. Oh my god, we got more holes. I need 4 people to repair the holes, and I don't have anyone but 2, 3. Got 4 people here. Yeah, we're just gonna die. This is the worst. A quarter of a way. You have a different count by any chance? Damn, I was hoping you might. I was meant to ask, Mr. Templeton, what precisely is your area of expertise? Botany. Odd. How so? Botany is the study of plants, correct? Not an abundance of plants out in the eye. I said the same thing. The meteorologist, the biologist, I understand. Why were you chosen? I have a much wider range of knowledge outside of my field. I was chosen to be the head scientist of this expedition. By the benefactor, correct? Yes. Which reminds me, just who is this benefactor of yours? I asked Hunt often, but he always avoided the question. He avoided most of what I asked him. You ask many questions, Miss Belford. Exactly what Hunt said. You seem adamant not to answer. Do not see it as relevant information. Everything is relevant, Mr. Templeton. You can only hide secrets for so long. We'll see about that. Do I cure everybody right now? If I cure everybody right now, I can... repair some of the holes. I got 2 people left, 2 scouts. I can send them out to do a little bit of hunting, but they're not going to come back with all that much. Except for frostbite. But I'm going to die if I don't, so. GG. This is... Oh, this is where I start losing people by the fucking... by the boatload. Gotta talk to him. Ah, Captain. Is there an issue? Crew's worried about you, Arthur. Oh, right. Captain, I must apologize. For what? I'm not what you would have asked for in a ship, Doctor. I'm nervous, my mind is often scattered, and the sight of blood, it makes me faint. Hardly qualities befitting a surgeon, are they? Fine surgeon, nonetheless. Captain, there's something I must confess. The reason Hunt took me on against all other candidates. Well, it's because of my father. Father? Yes. Well, you see, my father was Hunt's barber. We were quite friendly, and, well, my father called in a favor. You think it more likely that Hunt was repaying his barber than the simple fact that you earned that work? Yes. Sorry. My father was so proud when I took this expedition. Believed it could finally toughen his boy up. He was always obsessed with that. No matter what I did for him, it always came back to how tough I was. Or wasn't. But see how well that worked, can't you? Whoosh, damn. I've had no issue with your work. Captain, there's no need to protect my self-worth. I know where I stand. Some of the crew have been quite kind to me. Too kind. But whether it's harsh words from Templeton or pats on the back from Kurt, their eyes are all the same when they look at me. Burden. Mouth to feed. You've convinced yourself of that, Arthur. It's a self-defeating outlook. That would suggest I'm alone in that outlook, Captain. You both know that isn't the case. I've tried, but I have to accept it. My cowardice leaves me a drain on the crew's resources, selfishly so. Perhaps it's better of me to... You best not be suggesting what I think you are. No, I'm not. Of course I'm not. Loyalty paid off. He's about to run and die in the snow like a dumbass. I suppose I've been acting foolish. Now isn't the time to lose my nerves. Remained of them. I'm sorry for worrying you, Captain. Nutley walks off, making his way back to his tent. Clearly, much is on the doctor's mind. Sheesh. That could have been the worst. John's wait to hear this. The winter's finally taken Tucker. No, it's nothing. And so lonely he started talking to the woman on the tin cans. She's got an elusive look. It's a bloody drawing, Tucker. What's her story? Once upon a time, someone needed to put a face on their tinned peach can. The end. Don't take Tucker to one of them galleries. He'll lose his bloody mind. All right, that's enough. We're not even halfway through the winter yet. Captain, I've heard mutterings among the crew that you have raised concern. It would appear that our rations of tobacco are finally running dry. The crew have already been on edge since the beginning of this winter. I doubt this will improve matters. Mr. Hammond and the sailors have been awfully fond of the leaf. I've even spotted them trading some of their food rations for it. Ridiculous, I know. The Apperton Company did well to supply us this long, at least. It was remarkable that it was even able to last as long as it has. Hunt must have consumed a quarter of the supply in this time on the ship alone. The lot are quite addicted to it. A simple plant carries so much control over them. Personally, I never cared much for it. I tend to avoid any substance that could affect my body chemistry. Still, I have an odd respect for the leaf. There's something admirable about a plant that can steer human behavior so strongly. No wonder our benefactor saw it wise to supply them in abundance. I've heard the smoke tailors complain about the quality of the tobacco, yet they'd smoke away regardless. It's almost amusing, isn't it? Their remarks on quality are no surprise. Certain concessions must be made in the name of production. Just as they funded this expedition, so too have they funded countless ventures, countless discoveries. That is how their business operates. Do you believe they were simply fortunate enough to have peaches grown in their back garden? I've dealt with similar companies in my time, Templeton. Many cut quarters focus on quantity over quality. It's a shame that the two are not inclusive. That is an unfortunate reality of our world. If some flavor is sacrificed in the name of providing such a necessity to the masses, I would consider that an overall positive, no? You may have your doubts, Captain. I understand that. Do I approve of their eagerness to mine natural resources, to sell them off at the cost they do? No. However, I also understand that commodification is the vehicle to scientific study. I have all the money I need to research these plants. I've seen several breakthroughs and discoveries that would not be possible without their financial aid. If in return I must provide them with a commodity to mass produce and sell off, then so be it. I consider that a mutually beneficial agreement for all involved. I see where you're coming from, Templeton. The good outweighs the bad. Glad you understand that. Find the nuance of the arrangement is lost on most. I apologize, Captain. It's not like me to ramble like this. I suppose the tension of this winter has begun to affect me as well. Perhaps a cigarette would help even myself. Or perhaps I simply need a good night's rest. Good evening, Captain. Well, we're out of people. I can't make any more comforts. Got not much that I can feed into the furnace, except for this final flare, which I'm keeping for emergencies. You never know. Can't do much of that else. Spin her up. 3 more weeks. So with this, we're going to have a ton of people with freezing. I'm going to have to shrink this down. There's literally nothing I can do about that. It is... No, actually, there is... I can't do anything about that. I have to keep it up. I could spend more food to bring the loyalty up, but then I'm going to be down to, what, 6 food? I don't think there's much else that it can be done. Especially with this many people freezing. I think I'm going to have to. I think I'm going to have to stuff their faces. Hopefully we get something. Because their decorum's going to be cut to fucking shit otherwise. The 3 elephant seals will be a humongous help. A lot of people freezing. We have some wounded. The -5 decorum was what I was worried about. We have no one with frostbite, which is good. We can crank... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Engineers? Oh, God. Demoralized and freezing? I don't have any beer, but we can dump them in the furnace, which is good. Let's do that first. I have to feed the furnace here. 2 of them. During 2 people are freezing. And get my man here, 1 other person of freezing. I'm going to send you in for an interview. Or decorum. I'm going to put my wounded and my 3 freezing people in. Secure them. Now I have 7 more people, which we'll need a rip taken care of here. Or be able to scout 1 thing. Although I may need more people here. Captain? Templeton? Mr. Higgs? Call me Tucker. Mr. Higgs is fine. Is there something you require? Must be nerve-wracking in here all day. Well, I say day, can't tell what time it is anymore, can you? I suppose not, but must fry your head, Captain. Does it? Templeton? He can be quite the bother, yes. It's not too bad, I've grown used to it. Aye? I suppose it's been long enough now. I'm sorry, Mr. Higgs, did you come here with a request or not? Days barely exist anymore. Nothing to do around here but pass the hours. So you have nothing to request? No. You simply come here to make idle chatter? Aye. Nothing better to do. Captain? You want to pass the time, you'll be happy to clean up after the dogs? No. You should embrace this free time while you can, because it's fast. Go play cards. It'll be the 50th game this week, Captain. But I'll not keep you from your work any longer. Captain, it seems the winter is beginning to take its toll on the crew. You should take great care to ensure they keep their minds active. You still have a good wheel of winter to work through. Captain Shaw, oh, goodness. You're out of breath. Calm yourself. Is it an emergency? Well, this might sound mad. Out with it. I saw it. Clear as day. I looked out in the snow and saw it. What? The Bonweir. Well, Captain, next order of business. I'm not joking. I know it sounds mad, but I saw it. 12 feet tall, covered in thick, bushy white hair. No such creature exists. The winter has clearly gotten to you. Thought my eyes were playing tricks on me too. But what if they weren't? What if there is a beast like that? If we caught it, it could feed us for 3 winters. No, 4. You are not suggesting a winter hunting party. We won't travel far, Captain. Think about it. Oh my god. I mean, we could come back with something useful. Or someone could just die. I'm not sending anybody out for food, right? They're all gonna die next week anyway. Who cares? Go for it, man. Hell yeah. Send out the hunting party. Woo! Get them going. Yeah, baby. Don't worry. We'll keep it safe. The unexplored winter. Who knows what we might find? Nothing but death and ruin. This is ridiculous. I've got nobody. I've got no food. People are going to starve. Feed the hushpa. Go. Boom. Send it in. 43. They're actually not going to starve. Not with it. Done with that book yet? Do you want to trade? Alright, but you'll need to send it back to Mr. Zack when you're done. Okay, and you have to return this to Dr. Nutley. People are generally getting along. Got another rip. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The long dark continues. As you step out of the tent, you notice Nutley approach. Captain, I've been thinking a great deal over the last while. I want to thank you for speaking with me when you did. I needed that. I've certainly made this expedition more difficult than it had right to be through my cowardice. And for that, I'm sorry, Captain Shaw. Nutley, not a single one of the crew has doubted you. We owe you a great debt. Wonder how my father's doing. On the other side of the world, I wonder if he's thinking of me. My mother and my sister, too. There's so much I must return to. He pauses for a moment before presenting you with an envelope. Captain, if I fail to make it back to the world, would you be able to bring this letter to my father? Take it. Take the letter from Nutley's hands and give him a nod. The doctor gives you it back. Thank you, Robin. Anything I should know about your father? He is a thoughtful, stern, but he has a good mind. You have nothing to worry about. Nutley gives you a nod as he makes his way back into his tent, and you make your way back to camp. The letter rests neatly. I'm gonna read it. Privacy. I've noticed something. What's that? Looking at some of the older photographs, a few of the dogs have grown quite a bit since we first landed. You've been here for quite some time, yes? It'll be interesting to see the time lapse. Do not expect the rest of us to grow taller as well. Ha! But that reminds me, I've never interviewed you yet. And you might just be the most interesting member of the crew. I'm not a member of the crew. There is no need to interview me. I disagree. Is that so? There's too much I'm curious on. What led to the dog handling? Why the accent? Why are you Lady Cordell? You do recall the figure of speech regarding curiosity in the cat, yes? I thought you were more of a dog person. That was a joke. I am aware. I take it that you're not interested in answering my questions? Not in the slightest. Understood. Oh, my Lanta. All right, week 28. The best we can handle is 50-50. The best we can handle, 50-50. Didn't send anybody out, so the freezing won't be quite so bad. But someone's definitely going to develop frostbite. Malnourished. The decorum is extremely low. All right. So we are going to put you in charge of this. Here's some freezing. Hopefully yourself. Good. You think that it would help him. I'm going to put everybody who's bad into the med bay. Which is, we have one person who's actually frostbite, right? Or was that just him? A frostbite. Somebody's got frostbite. Is it you? You have frostbite? You have frostbite, okay. You can cure up the rip in the tent, which is gone. I must say, Doctor, something in your walk as of late. You're holding that head high. Oh, thank you. I'm sure you're eager as the rest of us. Not long now before we'll be able to stretch our legs outside again. On that subject, I was running a few physical examinations in preparation of returning to work. You mind? Of course not. This won't take long, I hope. Shouldn't. Darn. Winter might finally be clearing up, eh? About time. Gods, I remember when those bloody penguins showed up at camp. Seems an age past now. Come a long way. Aye, but don't be getting sentimental. Can't wait to get moving. Smell that, Lefty. Can't smell anything. I can. It's the smell of winter clearing up. We'll be out of this bunker before you know it. This calls for a CLE. Well, Tucker, never pinned you as so eager to return to work. Oh, shit. All right. Anybody else? Okay. People going mad outside. Let's see if they found some food. Please. Please have found some food. That would have been amazing. If you actually were out there and you killed a fucking polar bear, I should apologize for my demand. Should. Not a single sighting of this beast of yours. All I've got is cuts from the blizzard to show for it. Don't know what I was thinking at the time. I was certain I had seen something. The long darkness can play tricks on the mind, no doubt. I'm more disappointed in Captain Shaw. Such a delusion should never be encouraged. Right. I'm sorry. Again. Captain, I was running a standard physical examination on, well, I request that you meet with me in the medical tent this evening. Is there an issue? Why not present it here? The individual involved would rather this handled privately. Apologies for sounding so cryptic. Just later, after dinner. Must admit, I'm curious what issue the doctors encountered that requires your summons. Well, I needn't pry. Private matter's a private matter. I can feel it. I can see it, the warm light at the end of the tunnel. As far as I can tell, it's still dark as shit. Metaphorical light. Winter is almost past us. About time. Boy, I don't have anything. Anything. I could send some people out for a little bit of food. But everyone's almost dead, right? Yorick, out as a scout. I mean, nobody's going to come back with anything, right? Which means I'm going to die, and then I'm going to die. There's no... I need 4 people, so we'll send out 3. Hope that they can come back with something. Long dark continues. We don't have a rip in the tent, which is actually really good. Captain, don't let the cold in. Captain Shaw, to what do we owe the visit? Kasha, this is actually a private matter. Do you mind giving us a tent for a moment? Oh, very well. Sorry. I don't think this is worth getting the crew worried over. You best not be dying, Kurt. Perish the thought. I noticed an arrhythmia in his heart. It's difficult to determine the cause without further examination, but as it stands, my current diagnosis is cardiomyopathy. Years of adventure finally catching up to the old ticker, eh? Well, it could be genetic. That's just a guess still. Some unusual rhythm is no issue. Have you experienced shortness of breath while sitting down? Well, fatigue, a sudden cough when you lie down, dizziness. I noticed some swelling in your ankles as well. Who's to say it? Kurt, please. I'm trying to help. Yes, experienced it. What does this mean? Well, it's manageable, but you will have to take it easy for the rest of this expedition. No more hauling equipment. Very well. If you're offered a drink by the crew, refuse. Tough, but fair. And, well, it's my belief that Kurt is not fit to lead a lifeboat once we set off. Now, Doctor, that's just not possible. I'm the navigator. You can't honestly expect anyone else to handle that sort of duty. It's a short sail, Nutley. Surely Kurt can rest once we make the land. Cardiac arrests aren't known for their patience, Captain. Your health comes first, Kurt. The entire crew's health is a risk if I'm not navigating those boats. Kurt, I won't mince words. Could die. We all could. I don't want to argue with you, Arthur. We won't be getting anywhere doing so. It's up to you, Captain. It's true. You think it worth the risk? Kurt, you're not fit to lead the boats. They order you to rest. But I won't argue. Trust your judgment. Thank you for seeing reason, Kurt. Thank you, Doctor. It was a good catch. Oh, and let's not tell the crew about this, shall we? I don't need them fussing over it, and a man is due his privacy. I respect that. Suppose I should get an early night, then. Oh, that's the end of that. We got E to end the night. What's with you? You got a keen eye on the medical tent. It's nothing that concerns you. Or you, apparently. Are you bothered you're being shut out of a meeting for once? You are. I don't care much for secrecy. Coming from you? That's bloody rich. Dog petting time. Alright, what do I have? Nothing. People are going to die. People are going to die. That's all that I can do. That. Got 4 people. Got a hunt that nobody can go on because we don't have any scouts. I've got rip in the tent that I can't fix. Can't set anybody up. Bugged out. Alright. Roll. Even at half rations. You awake to the sound of distant barking. Seems one of the dogs has been excited by something. You sprint from your tent. You aren't alone in being awoken by the dogs. At the center of the campsite, a crack begins to form, followed by more spreading out. The dogs leap from the kennels, sprinting southwards. Wait, wait! Cordell runs across the cracks in pursuit of her dogs. The ice shifts beneath you. You hear the sound of something falling, then smashing. Lamps. Hells, what the fuck is this? Oh no, the flow is splitting! Quick, we need to move! Now! No wasting time! Nutley and Kasha rush out from the medical tent. Nutley carries his bag slung over his shoulder while Kasha's hands are filled with notes. What is this? Ice is splitting. That all of your work? What I could carry, yes. Not good. Your tent's going under. What? No. My equipment. Do not go back that way. Either of you, understand? Templeton turns to Kurt. How should we handle this? Captain, we need to get out of this tent as soon as possible. Everything past that point is going to be swallowed up. You heard the man. Everyone, you haul what you can. Move! The crew get to work on the furnace and lifeboats, hauling as fast as they can. With the ice breaking as quickly as is, you realize you only have time to save one tent. The supplies, the medical, or the kennel. I don't have any fucking supplies. They're all missing. But the supplies deals with the furnace. The remainder of your expedition's food and fuel items are beginning to sink. The flare is the only thing left. Still medical tools, tinned lemons, and various comforts. One of Cordell's dogs howls in fear, digging tools and most of the guns. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh, I can get people going in, because I have people saved. Wait, can I? The remainder of the supplies that I've got, which is just this flare. A tin of lemons is here. The kennels, I don't care if I lose a dog, we're gonna do this. Tucker crosses the gap to rescue the food and fuel supplies. The tents sink below, the canopy collapses. Crew barely make it out. Few sustain burns and bruises from the frantic escape. What did I get? I lost everything else. Settled to a new camp. New camp has been formed in the aftermath of the ice split. Crew cannot rest. For a long journey, the shore has been reached. In the coming week, the crew will sail out in lifeboats in search of proper land. Soon the ice shall be left behind. The ice split proved to be a truly traumatic experience for the crew. The fact that the crew escaped with all lives intact is nothing short of extraordinary. Same can't be said for our equipment. Many supplies were lost, washed away and carried off with the ice. One can only hope they no longer prove a necessity in the final stretch of this expedition. The crew has reached the shore, but by now a great challenge presents itself. The ice beneath our feet will not hold for much longer. It's destined to break apart and tear as it did before. Solid ground must be reached in search of the point of rescue. To that end, the crew must sail out. See. Team of fit and well-experienced soldiers alongside a navigator of the caliber of Kurt Darling. Though it may seem daunting, this sail may prove to be the most comfortable task for the crew. Sailing is in their lifeblood. They're more equipped for this than they are for anything else. Hunt's still complaining about his dead. Hitting the open sea. About time we got off the ice. Would like to be able to lead one of the lifeboats. Want the glory, eh? You're more like Kurt than me. I don't want to put my life in another's hand at this stage. Fair, fair. Smell that air, Doctor. If this holds, there'll be no better time for a sail, let me tell you. Well, isn't that fortunate? Ah! Kurt, please be careful out there. I will. Captain, I'm just triple-checking my notes. I'd kick myself if I ended up leaving anything behind on the ice. Now to hope my report doesn't take a dip in the ocean. We're heading out soon. Aye. Nervous. We have to be careful. Otters. Well, chin up. Better to look confident for the crew. We've checked the lifeboats several times over, Captain. They're as ready to sail as they're ever going to be. A good while ago, I'd have had total faith in these vessels. Now I'm less certain. Quests. Not much else I can do. Captain, we've got a problem. How urgent? The bloody compasses. They don't work. Excuse me? None of them. They've all been going haywire just after winter cleared. Mr. Hammond, we're due to set off on the water. We cannot wait on the ice a moment longer. You think I don't know that? Shit. Calm down, men. We have clear sightline of the land. We don't need the compass. You know how easy it is for the waves to turn us around. The fog rolls in. Mr. Hammond, do you have any idea what is causing the error? Looks like a case of magnetic interference. But that can't be right, can it? We've come further south than anyone in history. This may just be the case closer to the pole. Let's just hope for good fortune. Hope? Great. We're sailing on a bloody hope. Captain, we have a few injured from the ice split. I've managed to arrange a small black patch of crates to treat anyone. Well done, Doctor. Quite ingenious of you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Templeton. We unfortunately won't be able to make any more comforts. I will treat whoever I can. A word, Captain. Speak your mind, Templeton. The animals. In all my years, I don't believe I've ever heard of dogs being able to sail the silver seas. You. Can't say I have. One of us is going to have to break the news to the kennel master. Our dogs will not be joining us on the ocean. Won't. And you understand what must be done. I do. Yes. Time we inform Cordell. You break the news. I'll speak to her afterwards. Right away, Captain. The animals are eagerly trained on the penguin fillet in Cordell's hand. He notices your approach. Captain, I was hoping to speak with you. Let her continue. The dogs scramble as she launches the meal across them. I understand you're going to shoot my dogs, aren't you, Captain? Your faithful servant Templeton told me. I thought it a conversation better had face to face. I wanted your opinion on the matter first. Is that so? She looks out across the animals. I'm no fool. Just don't want them to suffer. They've been through so much already. We all have. You're right. The animals continue to scramble over the fillet. These dogs have known me their entire lives. She points at the dog tearing the fillet from its sibling. I used to carry that one around in my pocket as a pup. You have children, Captain. Yeah. Their faces flash across your mind. I'm not sure they know I'm out here. Stanbury joins her. I don't mean to sound cliché, Captain, but they're all I have. Can't help more animals if you're dead. You can't take them on the sail. There simply isn't enough room, I know. So, what's to happen to them? One of the boats is yours? Take it in the night? She's gonna die out of the ocean. Are you kidding me? We're gonna kill them. What we have to do. How loyal is she to me? She hates my guts, if I recall. Yeah, no. Like, I could maybe entreat her a little bit, and her loyalty would help, but there's no getting past what I've already had. We're gonna kill them. Back of the head. Sever the spinal cord. Don't let them suffer. They'd expect the same if it weren't me. sparing them starvation on the ice is a mercy. I'm inclined to agree. You begin to make your leave. Robin. Yes? I'm ashamed to ask it, but I implore you this one mercy. Ruffles Stanberry. May I keep one? Just one. You can stay, Stanberry. I need my replacement captain, after all. It tilts its head towards you. Thank you, Captain. I won't forget this. Will I? We depart across the snow. Well, she likes me well enough. Give the order for the dogs to be shot. The order is given. The news creeps through camp. The air left melancholic. The dogs are rounded up and led towards the nearest ice ridge. Oversee the day's deeds as captain. I let Cordell take point. Over the course of the day, the rest of the dogs are periodically brought around the ice ridge and shot. The sun glares down on the ice, mocking the day's decisions. Do you order the dog's meat to be harvested? Yeah, we have to. The large task of skinning and preparing the animals begin. Word gets round that the task proves an adequate means for releasing Frostnip from its fingers. Have to medbay our 3 wounded people, or else they're just going to be dead. We have a 3rd wounded person. We're going to have to heat up of our frostbites. Or, well, freezing, not frostbites. One more freezing man. It's going to have frostbite tomorrow. We might be able to do a little bit of hunting. Nope, we can't. We don't have any sled dogs. We can't go anywhere. Oh, at least it's not a fucking blizzard outside. We can put the sled dogs in there. Oh, no. They're demoralized by me feeding them. But I'm going to have to. I have to do one. You can't take pictures and cure the demoralization. You can at least get the furnace going a little bit from them. Okay. Carry on with the day. The crew have their meals in silence. A heavy air hangs over the day's decisions. Crew returns to their post. Do we really have to shoot them? Where's Da? The dogs? Captain, just want to go home. Not pretty, is it? But necessary. Don't know if Cordell will feel the same. I'll miss the wee beasties. Those poor creatures. They would not have survived out here. Killing them was a kindness, as fortunate as it is. Mostly I'm concerned for our kennel master. Indeed, this cannot be easy on the woman. That kennel was all she had. Last minute checks? Nah. No? Not last minute. Last minute checks come the morning we leave. Oh, well, doesn't hurt to be thorough. Anything can change. No chances. You seem concerned. Does it hurt to be? No, not at all. You seem to be doing well. Considering the circumstances, I am. Thank you, Grimly. Hey, get some rest. Oh, this is wearing me out. For a moment. It's okay, Stanberry. Evening, Cordell. Stanberry. Stanberry stands behind their master, softly. I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you at a difficult time. I just thought I should... Pry? Check in. Sorry, I'll leave you be. Belfort, wait. I apologize. May I ask you a question? Are the dogs included in that report of yours? Well, yes, I do have them listed by name. I've taken records of their shifts, but that's about it. I don't know much of the pack beyond that. Would you like to?
can tell you how they lived. Perhaps creatures such as they, less deserving to be eulogized. I disagree. Your dogs kept this crew alive, didn't they? They have just as much claim as being heroes and explorers than any of us. And we repay them with the mercy of a quick death. It hardly seems a fair trade, does it? Sorry. You did not pull the trigger. Nor would I begrudge you if you did. It was a necessary act. Still, tell me about them. I wish to know more. Well, I suppose I should start with Stanberry, should I not? Poor beasties. You'd rather have left them to wither away? Of course not, but played with them every day, having to look them in the eye before pulling that trigger. I know, that's a look I'm never going to forget. Whew. It was some grisly business, but it's done. Creatures will be granted a greater peace than they could have been imagined on the Isles. Must commend you for taking part. I said that I would. I hold my word to a certain standard, Captain. The Kettle Master has been even more silent than usual after this day's events. Understandably so. Perhaps it's best to check in on her. Nope. And I'd rather people not be demoralized much more than they already are. So I can't really hoosh-pot anything. Got enough for normal rations. Normal fuel. Crab-eater seals are very nice. The sick and afflicted are steeled through a week by hope of the morning's sale. 5 decorum. Freezing, bunch of wounds. Frostbite, freezing, malnourished. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I don't have anything to go off of. I have one dog. Ah, Shaw. Almost ready to set out? How are the boats looking, Grimly? Weathered. If we had any timber left, I could look at fixing them up. We'll get there in one piece. Still need to assign the crew to their stations. Play carefully, Shaw. Don't know what we'll face out there. Everyone needs to pull their weight. Anything else, Captain? Thank you both for everything. Double cured. No, I can't send anyone on doctors. Seals are going to be good for food. We'll feed the hoosh. And this will be 23, which is enough for a half day. So that's good. Rather not have anyone. Gonna have to blast them all in. That's all we got. Not good, but the demoralize is gonna kill us before the food. I believe it's time we set sail. Pretend not to be an adept at nautical matters. I trust you choose your boat captains and allocate the crew wisely. Templeton, Hammond, Kurt, Nutley, and Kasha all board the largest lifeboat. Grimley and Junior man the 2 other vessels. The remaining crew must be decided. All living crew must be allocated to the lifeboats before you can set sail. So lifeboat 1 is definitely going to make it. 2 engineers on that. Although I'd rather not have too many. At 9, which means I can put good sailors on. One of these is definitely down. No question. All right, ready to set sail. Good. Not be able to return from this point. Camp is packed up. Everything is ready, Captain. All is left for you to give the order. This isn't going to be easy. Keep alert. We're at the mercy of the ice. Now, let's get off this blasted ice. I'll see you all on the other side. 2:15 in the afternoon. For some back home, the end of lunchtime. For you, the beginning of a countdown. Consider the boats, or observe the souls. Anticipation has quickly melted away the malevolent stagnation all were feeling on that floe. Your past and future seem to shrink against the glaring challenges of the ice ahead. The rank and order you're accustomed to will matter little out here. Here is a land of chaos. You must be willing to adapt. A far cry from your time in the merchant navy. You've ferried much, but this is undoubtedly the most precious cargo of your career to date. Tiller firmly. The boat lurched forwards, bobbing side to side, parting the ink. Gaining speed now. A cadence is reached by all those rowing. The oars lift in unison. Uncomfortable for most, the crew has arranged the equipment as best they can to lift their sitting position to account for the raised edges of the boat. It's not long before Nutley begins a periodic ritual of dry heaving over the side of the boat between his turns rowing. Kasha curls over her camera, paranoid of any moisture that may enter its mechanisms. Continue to sail. The fog finally clears to reveal the ice around. There's no chance I'm not getting out of this without losing a boat. Wow. Can't tell if this is the end, if we're going to find anything else important. Terrifying, but profoundly beautiful all at once. Oh, okay, it's over. We just waited like 1 second to just sit and enjoy. This is where the bullshit's about to happen. By evening, you've nearly escaped the ice. The empty ocean is almost visible on the horizon. The boats lurch. The smell is horrendous, though seemingly enticing to a large gathering of snow petrels. They shoot down from the sky at their leisure, scooping up a meal at a time. They're mackerel ice fish, I think? How do you know that? My father used to take me fishing whenever he could. Hammond stops rowing momentarily. You sure about that, kid? Because you've been puking for a year straight at least. The doctor goes red and tries to prove he can hold it in. Kasha furrows her brow, readying the camera. What do you think it means? Doesn't mean anything. A cold current, most likely, where the ice meets the ocean. Grimly calls from his boat. It's a bad omen. The living aren't supposed to be out here. Templeton grumbles to himself, something about superstition. With the birds overhead, it's nigh impossible to avoid their droppings. At least it's warmer than the snow. One finds its way into the doctor's hair. A fresh gastral purge follows suit. Kasha looks at you, uncomfortable, shielding the camera. What do you think, Captain? I'm preoccupied with sailing and being shat on, in case you haven't noticed. sure there's an explanation whether we understand it or not. Sailors have made a career of defying where people shouldn't be able to go. Grimly's no different. I'm no different. She seems satisfied with this answer, taking a photo across the water. Cordell lifts a fish from the ocean and presents it to Stanberry. The animal smells it before shying away from the food. She drops it back in the ocean and buries herself in animal furs. After hours of rowing, you finally reach the open ocean. It's impossible to avoid the stingy sprays of the sea as they invade the boats periodically. Everyone is left bailing with whatever they can find. Hats, mugs, even bare hands lift out of the water. The crew begin to curse into the night at each other and the events gone past, the only means of protest that doesn't interrupt attempts to remain warm. Refuse to take part, but I allow the others. Let the sailors sing their slurs into the night. Out here, each should be allowed their own reprieve. Nutley looks to see if you curse and decides it isn't safe. Templeton, at least, lets out the odd posh paragraph. Thunderstorm. Sick. That's awesome. I'm so... Oh, God. And this is the worst. Lightning flashes to the west, followed by rapturous thunder, underscoring the sounds of the sea. Hold fast! Your screams are lost in the thunder as a large, abrupt wave smashes against the boats. Rogue wave! You just about crest it. A moment passes before the other two lifeboats join you. Every sailor knows the tales of rogue waves, freak anomalies that plague seas such as these. You hear singing, started by Junior. It soon infects the rest of the sailor folk, defiant against the storm. The song is about three sisters dancing to seduce a sailor. A second, larger wave hits the boats. The sailors change key. Sing with them. You don't know the words, but you'll never forget this tune. Echoing as best you can, the others follow suit from beneath the tarp. Even Templeton sings. The third, final, and largest of the waves hits the boats. You've lifted near vertical. Keep singing! The spray enters your lungs. It feels like forever before your boat finally crests the wave. The tiller buckles in your hand. Your eyes burn from the salt of the sea. All three boats make it across. Finally make land. The navigator is the first to step on solid ground. He turns to the rest of you, sodden. We've made it, ladies and gentlemen. Land last. Act 4. You look out across the ocean and consider the journey thus far. That's it. That was all. We don't have much else except a little decorum. I'm definitely finishing this tonight. I'm going to be right back. I appreciate anyone who may or may not be here. Gotta go take a quick break. I'll leave you outside with a little bit of music. Ocean waves cresting.
All right. Sorry for leaving you. Let's continue where we left off. Okay. Let's see what we need to get through. Hammond lost his hat. The carpenter sent me. Says we ought to get building some proper gravestones for the dead. Can't say I disagree. I'll get to it on your order. Proper eulogy will also be expected. It would be best if you considered your words now, Captain. This is a difficult time for all. We have progressed beyond the last known location of the Viscount. Answers to its disappearance may lie on this isle. Captain, once we are through here, I would recommend you scout the area for any sign of human activity. For safety, of course. You see the engineer tinkering away at some navigational equipment with his usual sour expression. Shit. He places the equipment to the side and lets out a grunt. Damn thing still doesn't work. You think it could be the environment? Hammond gives you a sideways glance. Maybe. Couldn't begin to know. Not like we have any bloody experience for this. Not a bloody soul has come this far south. Who knows what's ahead? Having trouble? Kurt approaches, a more noticeable limp on the man, forcing him to use his cane. What do you want? Still trying to get the compasses working again. Threatened I might. The look on Kurt's face is one of hesitation, as his eyes dart around, doing all to avoid the gaze of Hammond. I have something to declare regarding my previous actions. I have something to declare regarding my previous actions. Spit it out, then. Well, I believe that in dire circumstances, pride can often take the better of us. Stop stalling. What you trying to say? I would just like to apologize over an earlier scrap. I got carried away before, and I see it did neither of us any good. Right there. It's not in me to hold a grudge, Hammond. Least of all, trapped out in the cold. Enough with the appeals. Just spit it out, why don't you? We should be working together. And more importantly, I am sorry. From the bottom of my heart, apologize. Hammond pauses for a moment while looking towards Kurt. After that moment, he returns to tinkering with his equipment, before finally speaking. Accepted. Excuse me, what was that? Apology accepted. You really are the bigger man, Kurt. And do you wish to apologize to Kurt, Hammond? Aye, sure. I apologize. Apology accepted, Hammond. Sure. Well, I suppose I'll be off. Best of luck with your adjustments, Hammond. There's no chance of getting them working here. We're relying on you. I'm sure I'm a relic when compared to your machines. I'm relying on you. Ah, I see. Kurt steps away, returning to the camp at large. Gravesite. Honor the dead. Here we honor the memory of Mr. Zack, Gnomes, and Runstah. 3 people lost. Not all bad, considering. Out of 25 dudes. You can inspect the cairn. Inside the cairn, you find a letter, some supplies, and a bolt-action rifle. To you who finds this message, here lies the final testament of the Viscount. We made our arrival on the east shore of the island. Before moving on, we established a cabin to mark the landing point. There you will find enough supplies to support a crew of 20 for a full year. While charting the perimeter of the island, the crew came across a cavern at the mouth of the central mountain. Captain Whalen decided to split the crew in order to chart the location further. His half have elected to enter the cave through the open stream, while we have been sent to mark the western coast on land. I don't trust the captain.
His actions of late have been erratic, cagey. He has avoided all questions from myself and the rest of the crew. This behavior has only exacerbated since encountering the cave. Enclosed is an instrument that may be needed in some time. If you find said instrument to be missing from this cairn, then you will know that the worst has occurred. If you are reading this in our wake, and other poor crew sent to this isle, heed my advice. Turn back. There is something truly wrong in this land. It has felt the touch of the three sisters, cursed to swallow poor sailors whole. If you are wise, you will not allow it to happen to you. Turn back. Signed, Bertram Reynolds, Head Scout of the Viscount. Call the crew for dinner. A wave of ease and rest falls over the crew, safe and fed. Dinner ends, and slowly the crew makes their way to the graves. The eulogy awaits. Nutley approaches you. Captain, we've come a long way, haven't we? Grown quite a lot in that time, Nutley. Have I? Am I any taller? Before we move on, there is something I have to confess. Something that I've carried on my back this whole time. I don't feel right keeping it from you any further, so I allowed Captain Hunt to abandon us. Explain. When the ship was going down, I saw him. I watched as he grabbed his supplies and begun to take off onto the ice. He saw me, but didn't say a word. He knew that I was too spineless to do anything. Couldn't even bring myself to tell anyone. I was right, I was too spineless. Till now, at least. Now you know. I don't care about the mistakes of your past. Learn from this and move forward. Should have known better before, but I'm sorry, the truth had to come out. Do what you will with this information. I'll accept anything you decide, Captain. Nutley walks off. His tent. Captain, is there something I should be made aware of? Is this about Apperton Company? The tinned food? No. Mr. Templeton has been snooping around, interrogating me on my report. It seems as we approach rescue, he's taken upon himself to approve of what lies in my writing. He has taken it upon himself, correct? You didn't set him up to this, right? I will inform Templeton to leave you be. Good. I'm no stranger to people who want to omit parts of my work. I saw it plenty while covering the riots, but I have no intention of censoring this report. A story not based in the truth is worthless. If I have to leave parts out or fabricate others, then what is a story worth telling in the first place? You could always gloss it up a little. You turn your head to see Kurt approaching, apparently having eavesdropped on the conversation. What do you mean? Well, a story can still be plenty honest, but some require a little bit of polish. What about your films? Weren't they honest accounts of your expeditions? Oh, they were. Well, more or less. There is no objective truth. After all, the camera adds 10 pounds. I'm certain the films played up his heroics. Now, Captain, there's no need to question my accomplishments. I never faked any of my exploits. Then what did you mean by glossing it up? Well, we would sometimes wait for the shot to line up before performing some actions, or recreated some events the film crew missed in the moment. But it was all genuine. Perform? I thought you, of all people, can understand the tricks a camera can pull. That's a little mean. Kurt shouldn't suggest you lie about this expedition. I've suggested nothing of the sort, but I am no stranger to the world of show business. What I do isn't show business, Kurt. It's journalism. I've been around both long enough to know they're one and the same. You should hear some of the tabloid rumors I've read about myself in my time. I'm aiming to be better than the gutter press, Kurt. You've been part of countless documentaries. Surely you would care about presenting the facts. The facts are not immune. Artistic license. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Do you wish us to omit your fight with Hammond? Of course not. I fully own up to that spot of immaturity. I won't deny it. Why are you suggesting this, Kurt? I just feel that we braved so much that we deserve a somewhat flattering write-up. So perhaps some omissions are necessary. Such as what? Many of this crew come from backgrounds best not shared with the public, and more has happened here that should remain on the ice. You had private conversation with Nutley? You resigned yourself from the sale. Is that what this is? You want nobody to know about whatever health issue you keep under wraps? Regardless, it will remain under wraps. It's not for the public to know, right? I'm simply stating that for this kind of story, people reading want to be inspired. There's no reason to saddle them with the nitty-gritty. But I'm here for the story, the full story. No single solitary soul wants to hear the full story. Nobody got into an Arctic expedition because they heard about the rest of us having dysentery. You just want to protect your own image, don't you? What? Well, no, it's nothing of the sort, but I'm no fool. I see exactly what you're trying to do. The man has a point, Kasha. How far is that? Kasha. She's being oh no, she loves me. They both love me. The man has a point, Kasha. I disagree, Captain. I didn't think you'd be so concerned about your image, Kurt. Well, that's your mistake. Mistake? You can't expect me to be the perfect role model you see in the films. I'm only human. I've been married thrice, hobbled once, and been plagued with every vice there is. What I do have is my exploits and my legacy. I would wish you not to take that away from me as well. Kasha looks at you, her usual upbeat visage melted away into disbelief. I can't lie on your behalf, Kurt. Don't understand the power of optics. Every part of your report puts my livelihood at stake. Your livelihood? Or your image? Cold truth is, difference between the two. And you, Captain, do you believe this as well? Kurt, leave us be. I'll speak with Kasha. Please, Kasha, take it into consideration. I can't believe. It's simply a matter of painting a more flattering picture. That is no difficult task. Maybe not for you, Kurt. Kasha storms back to her tent as Kurt gives you an uncomfortable glance. The man looks shaken by the response, and above all, appears to be deeply embarrassed. Without a word, he staggers back to the heart of the camp. Templeton. Captain, we've escaped the ice. We're on land. So close now, Shaw, so very close. We both saw that cairn, Captain, traces of the expedition which came before us. Shaw, I believe we can still find the Viscount. Our mission can continue. Why is finding that ship so important to you? Because some things are greater than the lives of the individual. I've chosen to live by that philosophy my entire career. I know that after all this time, the specifics of our employ may seem inconsequential. But tell me, Captain, do you think the Appertons would pour all of this effort, put this many lives at risk, if they didn't think there was something truly paradigm-shifting at the end of it? I don't know what could be aboard the ship that's really worth the time. But I do know that giving it up would mean everyone's time was wasted, including my own. Don't think for a second that we aren't going to finish what we started. I don't doubt we shall, one way or the other. We'll speak soon. Good luck, Captain. Hold the eulogy for the dead. The crew are called together before you. You tentatively lift yourself onto a crate.
Hushed whispers roll through the audience. Tasha readies her ledger and pen. They once again await your next words. How you deliver them. The implicit confidence in the impossible results you've achieved so far. Some arrogance in this world is justified, especially when lives are being saved. The crew look to you, miserable, the scars of the sail past, exposed under the light of day. I would like to begin by honoring those we have lost. You begin. The Stoke brothers begin a tune together in remembrance. Read out the names of the souls. Include the names of Rufus Hunt and the missing crew from Temperance. You recite the names of stations of all of those lost to the ice and ocean. Each individual name seems to sting different groups of the crew. By the time you're finished, not a single soul is left without their affecting moment. I don't know if I'm going to read the names of the dogs. Yeah, I'll do it. This perks up Cordell's attention. May all be granted rest. The eulogy's ended. The crew look to you for answers. Kurt speaks up. Our work's not finished yet. We still have a mountain to scale. We saw the cairn. All across that path is safety. A cabin with enough supplies to last us until rescue. Templeton clears his throat. What is our current priority, Captain? No matter what, we must scale that mountain. Know our next course of action from there. Kurt gives a nod. The assurance of solid ground seems to stir those listening. Well said, Captain. Indeed. Well, we don't have much time. Best be moving on. Back to work. The crew are granted the time they need before they eventually disperse, returning to their roles at camp. At the rifle, you dream you're back on the Temperance. You awake, shaken, literally, by the engineer. He stands over you, bug-eyed. For a moment, you think you're back on the Temperance. The ship is sinking! He shakes you harder. The jolt brings you back to your senses. Shaw! It's Cordell! What about Cordell? There's food and supplies missing from the stores. I think she's trying to make a run for it. Lead the way. After getting up, the two of you charge out into the tent in the snow. I found tracks heading up toward the mountain pass. Oh, God. You follow the tracks away from the camp. It's half an hour before you finally spot her, ascending the dead mountain. Shh, there she is. You go back to camp. I'll handle this. I'm not letting you screw this up by yourself. Flank her on the side. Try to block her exit. Creep up towards her silhouette. Hammond splits off right and slides out of view. Draw your gun. Hidden from sight. Cordell picks up on the sound, slowly turning back around to spot you in her line of sight. She clears her throat. Captain Shaw, to what do I owe this surprise? You know full well why I'm here. I can't say I do. I have no reasonable idea what you're trying to tell me. If you wish to make paranoid accusations, you should inform me on what those accusations are. You think you can just abandon the crew in the dead of the night? This isn't a matter of can. It's a question of should. And from my position, you've really left me with no alternative. You're not making any sense. Why now? Why not when we cross the mountain? Stanberry's expecting. And you should be doing what's best for those pups. What does it look like I'm doing, Robin? If you leave, you're ensuring their demise. Perhaps, but there's more of a chance out here than with the rest of you. I'm not going to allow Stanberry and I to be part of this expedition any further. Do you really think the two of you will be better off without the rest of us? I do. Those puppies will be my new litter. Start over. Certainly not the first time I've had to do that. The snowfalls begin to set on you both.
You should have come to me first, Cordell. She knows what I would have said. It's not the leaving I'm concerned with. It's the theft of this expedition's supplies. I've given you my dogs. You even have their flesh. I'm just taking what I'm owed. You should have come to me first, Cordell. We both know that wouldn't have worked. Let me convince you now. Listening. Am I going to call the dog over? I guess it depends how many times I've pet the dog. She's going to hate it. She's going to hate it. I'll try calling the dog. Whatever. Dog likes me. Stanberry, here, girl. Stanberry patters over. Stanberry! You think we can convince her to stay, girl? Stanberry barks happily, unaware of the situation unfolding around it. We need you, Cordell, both of you. The lady's silent. She finally walks over to you. The three of you begin the long trek back to camp. Stanberry follows, patiently. Not a word is spoken on the... Fucking hell. Kasha, careful. You turn your head to spot Kasha standing perched precariously over the edge, her camera in hand, lining up another shot from her position. It's a great shot of the horizon, trust me. You've got a good shot of falling to your death. Get back over here. The ground isn't safe. You can't trust anything beneath your feet this high up. Kasha doesn't heed their warning, instead lining up the shot and snapping it cleanly. There. No issue. This just might be the banner image for my report. If the civilian is done being foolish, might we move on? Kasha nods and turns back around to join the rest of the crew. Only for her to slip on the ice beneath. You lunge forward and pull Kasha forward so that she isn't hurtling over the edge, but her initial stumble sent the camera falling below. That was a close one. My camera! Be thankful the camera took the plunge and not yourself, young. Despite resistances, Kasha moves back to the edge of the cliff, peering over, searching for her camera. I can't lose it. Everything from this expedition was on there. Wait, I see it. Nonsense. It's a blip on the rocks. You can't see the ground from this distance. No, it's not on the ground. It's snagged on the ice. It's not too far down. I can climb back down and not a hope. You want to go back to climbing? If I lose that camera, my entire reason for being on this nightmare goes with it. I'm getting that camera. He turns to you. Captain, we have to do something. If you fall to your death, it's your own damn fault. I'm not putting anyone else at risk over this. It's just a camera, Kasha. You still got your notes. My notes aren't enough. The world needs these photos to believe this. Aren't they? You have the testimony of the rest of us? The story comes from you, not that machine. Kurt steps forward. I'll do it. Have you two gone mad? It's my understanding that there was a prerequisite for attending this expedition. Let's go, Kasha. Kurt affixes the rope to Kasha, locking her in tight with the climbing gear. Leave the climbing to me. As a civilian, your safety is top priority. I would suggest rethinking this plan of action. We cannot afford to lose our navigator. It's because I'm the navigator that I'm going down. If I can't save your camera, no one can. That would be the preferable option. Kurt pays no heed to the protests of Templeton, continuing to climb down with Kasha in tow. Thank you. Don't thank me until the job is well done. Bad luck otherwise. Risking their lives for a bloody picture box. You should stop this, Shaw. I mean, they're already down. What am I going to do? Kurt, your pay will be docked for this. That won't work on me, Captain. I paid to be here. Kurt and Kasha slide down the wall of the cliff at a steady pace. Kasha keeping her eyes on her camera at all times. Easy now. Easy now. You can do this, Kurt. Reassuring yourself isn't very reassuring to me, you know. Okay, I think I can get it from here. Think! Both of you, please don't make any rash movements. She collects the camera. And there we go. Now get back up here, you madman. Job well done. So much for bad luck? Yes, now let's climb up. Kurt begins to adjust the lines on his climbing gear, prepared to lead Kasha up. But the extra weight from the camera causes the rock beneath Kurt's feet to crumble, and the former film star goes hurtling back. Should have put a stop to it. He snaps to a standstill, the line between himself and Kasha still intact, but the weight of the big man's fall pulls Kasha back from the face of the cliff. Blast! Kasha, you alright? I can't see the cliff. What's happening? This blasted line won't hold with me. Pull us up! The rest of the crew hang back, lest any added weight to the cliff's edge cause an even more dire incident. As you look down, you see the pair flailing, helpless. Kasha spots you. Captain! Camera. We're not saving them if the camera's there. We have enough crewmen to do it, but it might be too much. We'll send more over the cliff's edge. Camera's not worth 2 lives. Commander to drop the camera. Yeah. She reluctantly drops the camera into them. Command the crew to pull them both up. The crew scrambles to start pulling the rope. No doubt the dangling weight of Kurt is also putting a strain on the back end of the rope as it's tied to a jagged rock at the peak. You notice the rope beginning to fray at the edge. So does Kurt. The navigator pulls out his knife. Kasha! She looks down at the man as he shouts. I always promised myself I'd lose a few bastardin' pounds. Bit late for that, I suppose. Everyone heave! Kurt and Kasha are pulled to safety. He was about to cut himself off. As they reach the peak, Kurt bursts into relieved laughter. Don't laugh, that was terrifying. We made it out all right, I think. Still, that was, well, just like the movies. Yes, it was all quite daring. Might we move on? Glad you both made it out. I was so worried. Can't believe the show business fake would actually be daring. Barely believe it myself. But it happened. And believe me, this will be a full page in my report. Oh, don't require the credit. Stop the faux humble, Kurt. You're allowed to be proud right now. You're a real hero. Cutting off the camera was a good plan. It just throws herself over the edge. The crew finally crests the mountaintop. Grabbing everyone's attention is a cave in the rock wall. Cave. Good spot, some shelter from the winds. Still, what lies inside? It may prove a danger. The crew get to work setting up camp at the peak of the mountain. Camp's set up. So we got the pot, we got the people, we got the request tent. Captain, it's just my luck, isn't it? To make it this far and lose the camera at the final hurdle. We should be grateful nothing more important was lost. As Kurt approaches, Kasha lets out a small chuckle. Yes, that is the bright side, of course. Don't think you won't be reprimanded for your actions, Kasha. No, your life is much more important than a camera. Yes, still, would have been nice to recover it. Of course I'm not taking this for granted. There is something I should say. Past comments I made. Forgiven. Well, allow me to apologize first. No, I understand now. You can't convince me to lie in my report. I'll tell the entire truth. Understand. And the truth is that Kurt Darling, true hero. You needn't say that. I've caused my fair share of trouble on this expedition. Yes, and I don't intend to hide that from anyone. But your heroism is more important to share. What did you tell me about inspiring others? Thank you. I can only hope another young Kasha Belford reads my report. You could still clean up some aspects, right? Nice try, Captain. Jason Glory has been my vice for too long. Whatever you write about me, it has my blessing. There, I can expect honesty. Thank you, friend.
Thank you. Do I have anything to throw in the pot? No, I have nothing at all. Ugh. Templeton.
Captain, it is time. We're at a crossroads and a decision needs to be made. We both read the cairn. We know the location of the Viscount lies in this cave. We're this close. Mission's end lies in wait.
What if pursuing it causes us to miss our rescue?
They could always send another ship. The Apatons won't stop at one. If what we read is correct, the shore cabin should hold enough rations to last us a full year. We can afford the risk of missing a single rescue ship. I think it's worth it.
I don't know how important the Viscount is, but it was important enough to send the boat out this far with this many people, to man a ship to recover everything from there. And I'm curious as to what it was in the first place that caused such an important thing to be sat out there. On the other hand, keeping people alive is the important part. Someone from Money? Are you saying that he cares more about the end result than the people lost because he comes from the rich, because he cares about the money and what's going on? Yeah. It's important. Definitely finding there is what's important, and walking out. Someone in the ship is from Money or has influence. Yeah, I mean, this is the guy, right? He's the main guy who's being sent from the Viscount. Oh, so you think that someone's alive from the Viscount, and they're trying to grab him rather than whatever was on the ship or whatever the ship was looking for. What the ship has been looking for has been a secret this whole time. We haven't been able to find out at all what they want. We have a fair amount of people left alive, all things considered. But I don't think that sending this many people out, a full ship's worth of people, to rescue another ship that was lost a long time ago. Missed a few hours. I mean, you didn't miss all that much context. Basically, we made our way off the ice and we managed to get here. And we haven't really found much else out. So to recap the story a little bit, the story itself, at least up to this point, is not terribly complicated. We get on the boat, and over time, we find out that it's just a tinned foods company sent the Viscount out forever ago, and that's who's sponsoring Templeton and his people as well. And they sent the ship out and wouldn't tell us why. I don't know if Templeton knows why. It sounds to me like he doesn't. The people on the ship that left a cairn behind on this little island that we finally made it to after trying to survive, left a note that said, we need to get off the island as quickly as possible. There's nothing good here. There's nothing for us here. Half the crew went into that cave that we're looking at right now, probably to survive. Who knows the reason? But the remaining half stayed at a cabin that's on the western side of the island, or eastern, or whatever direction it is. And we're on that way to that cabin. We have that information. So the question becomes, do we pursue the Viscount now that we're as close as we possibly could be to it? Or do we go head for the cabin. The whole thing has been a disaster. Do we scrap it up and say, well, what are you going to do? I'd say, frankly, my boat is probably in the best possible condition that it could be in order to go for it, in order to find out what we need, right? To get in here and really nail it. And personally, just from a personal standpoint, if I don't find out what the Viscount is about, then I'm not going to be happy with the end of the story. So I think we have to go for it. We can't turn away from this opportunity. Indeed. You should inform the crew of our movement as soon as you leave this tent. I know you will make the right call, Captain. Are these all loyalty things? You find the crew's science officer overlooking several petri dishes containing various materials picked from the walls of the cave. Curiouser and curiouser. At ease, Templeton. Templeton raises his head to meet your eyes. Captain, I was noticing several anomalies. A few among an increasing many, it seems. Captain, observe the materials we've uncovered in just the entrance of this cave. Copper, tungsten, antimony. These are deposits more likely found in lakes, not all in a cave, let alone a mountaintop cave in a polar region. Nothing about it seems natural. Could this be why the Appertons were looking for in this area? Perhaps. Captain, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. I assumed you must enjoy my questions at this stage. You keep humoring them. Well, regardless, we have been working together for quite some time now, and in that time I have been able to evaluate you. After assessing your abilities and your decision-making, I can safely conclude that you are more than capable in your role, Captain. As such, I would like to offer you a job. You wish to work with me again, Templeton? My wishes are irrelevant. You're more than qualified for the role. I can easily recommend you to the company head. It's time I told you the truth, who we're working for. I have a feeling I won't like this. I believe you will find this information most valuable. Templeton reveals a tinned can of rations. He passes it over to you. The woman modeling on the front stares back at you before back to Templeton. Yes, the Apperton Company. I already knew that. Don't focus on the name. Face. Her. Her name is Minerva Apperton. She is the president of the Apperton Tinning Company. But why would she fund this expedition? The same reason anyone would. Tinned foods is perhaps the lowest priority with the companies in today's age, as you can likely tell by the shoddy work on our rations. Instead, Lady Apperton is focused on turning her company into the only option in commerce, which is why she sought after the expedition of the Viscount. She's interested in what the Viscount found in the ice. Tell me everything you know. No doubt there are several details Minerva has kept hidden from even myself, but I will tell you what I can. The original expedition of the Viscount was carried out by the government, a race to find the southernmost part of the world, charter it out in the name of glory and science. But upon arrival, it appears they discovered the same strange environments as we have, and so they chose to investigate instead of heading back. And contrary to legend and hearsay, it wasn't the cold and the starvation that drove the crew mad. It was what they found there that took their mind. How do we know this? There was a witness, a survivor, just ashore. Half mad, their tongue cut out. They lived only long enough to give us a hint at what we're looking for. It is unknown what exactly lies in wait for us should we find the Viscount, but from what we know, the crew of the vessel found something world-changing. This is no mere treasure. What they found was unnatural in nature, a paradox existing at the most southern point of the world. And whoever can retrieve it, bring it back to civilization, will shape the path of human advancement for the next century. Sounds like Minerva has been swept up in a myth. Our benefactor is not susceptible to mere rumor and hearsay, I assure you. We do not risk our lives on a whim.
I cannot forgive being kept in the dark like this. I was hoping you would understand my perspective. It seems your thoughts are clouded. Now, I have told you all that I know. Please give this to my research. You turn, but Templeton speaks up once more. Oh, Captain. You never officially responded to my offer. Do you wish to work with the Apperton Tinning Company after this? Certainly not. Oh, well, I hope that you will reconsider. The Appertons have much to offer you. You notice Hammond and Kurt huddled around the boiler, deep in conversation. As you approach, their heads perk up, noticing you. Captain, didn't see you there. Apologies, Captain. Seems we were both caught up in our work. My work? You were just watching me, Kurt. But you did manage to pick out the materials. We were just replacing the spyglass I cracked on the mountain. It may not be of any use in this cave, but you never know what we might need it next. Aye, once again my boiler comes in handy. What do you make of this cave, Kurt? It's an odd one, no doubt. A lot of questions we shouldn't be answering. Our priority should be to get to shore, not go spelunking. Coming from you. Isn't that the point of your shite films? Upon hearing that, Kurt puffs out his chest. Oh, so you've seen my films? Hammond a real G. Dude, you hated Hammond this whole time. We lost 3 people to the ice. It was the dad of the kid, the one missing his arm, the jokester, the prankster, and then... Who was it? Oh, one of the scientists. The most boring scientist. Just the one. What did you think? Pure bollocks. I should have figured. Tripe is kinder than what I'd call them. Oh my god. I haven't seen enough to judge. Never seen my films? Well, I hope you would amend that once we return to civilization. I just can't get over all the inaccuracies in them. What inaccuracies? You take me for a fool, Kurt. I know a stage shot when I see one. Well, it certainly clean up a lot in the edit. I don't get it. What don't you understand, chum? You're a proper bloody navigator, Kurt. And a damned hero. I've seen it with my own eyes. Thank you. So why do you star in all those phony films? I wouldn't call them phony. And they may not be the picture of accuracy, but they have the power to inspire people more than any true story could. Hammond likely doesn't see the value in inspiration. I would have agreed with you before, Captain. But now, after what I saw Kurt do on the peak, I'm bloody inspired, I tell you that. Ah, good to see you admit it. Whatever. Don't be getting a big head again. Perish the thought. I've received enough lessons in humility by now. In fact, it's clear that if there's one thing I'm in need of, it's someone who can keep me grounded. Get to it, Kurt. What you want to say? I was wondering, would you consider... Spit it out, would you? All right. Would you consider joining me after this, on further expeditions? As an engineer? Yes, but also as a level head. I need someone like you. I'll think about it, Kurt. The two of you on the same crew sounds like a recipe of a disaster. No, perhaps I could join you both. Asking for a job, Captain? The 3 of us on the same crew again? That's bound to go horribly wrong. Perhaps, but I think our ingenuity will help us pull through. Hammond pulls up the replacement spyglass. Anyway, here you are, all finished. Incredible. Great work, Hammond. No problem. Karangi. What? My real name. Kurt's just for the media. Karangi Tororo. Right. Karanagi. See you around, friend. 2. Aw, that's sweet. You passed the... Whoa, shit! That's not what I was expecting at all. No, the dogs had to be shot in the back of the head. Unfortunately, there was no space on the ships for 14 dogs, but we did keep one of the dogs alive. And unfortunately, Miss Cordell was not too pleased, but she also knew it had to be done. You pass the tent and are quick to notice what's going on. Kasha, the intrepid photographer, standing close to the doctor, their faces pressed closely together. She's alerted to your footsteps and opens her eyes which quickly widen as you spot it. Quickly, she and Nutley pull away from each other, their heads nervously swiveling around the tent. Nutley letting out a punctuated cough. Captain! You could have cleared your throat or something. We were just, I should have expected this with two immature youths aboard the crew. Sticking together for warmth. A clever decision. Yes, quite clever. Very, very clever of us to be doing that. That is definitely what we were... Arthur, I think our good captain was joshing us. That or Shaw is quite dense, and that would be a greater issue for us. Congratulations, both of you. Oh, thank you, Captain. We should be thanking you, Shaw. Placing us together in one tent for a year certainly fostered conversation. I never considered myself a matchmaker. We spoke at length, at first about his unexpectedly vast knowledge of ice fishing, and ending with a casual conversation about our favorite newspaper strips. Well, it wasn't entirely casual. What do you mean? Ha ha, I knew you didn't notice it. Notice what? Kasha clears her throat before putting on an affected voice, dramatically quoting her past statements. Why, Doctor, I think you would be a great subject for my next report. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a write-up on your interesting life. A handsome young medical prodigy, you must have a bevy of suitors. Doctor, there is this excellent seafood restaurant in the capital. We should absolutely eat there when we return to land. Kasha chuckles to herself. I used we for goodness sake. I was beginning to think you were oblivious to all flirtation. I recognized some of it. I was just too nervous at the time to respond. Though it's true, I did think you were just passionate about seafood. Expect nothing less from you, Nutley. I don't know whether to take that as an insult or a compliment. But we couldn't help ourselves. Honestly, I deeply admired her passion for her craft, her headstrong way of thinking, how she was so focused on her future. Everything I wanted in myself. And I admired his courage when up against his fears in possibly the worst situations possible. That's the kind of thing they make films out of. And just as I thought we were winding down, I told her I wanted to see her again after we returned to civilization. Suffice it to say, I was surprised he would just blurt it out. I surprised myself. Before that, I had long stopped considering that we'd make it back. Of course, that led to a new conversation all through the morning. And before we knew it, we were having a romantic embrace at the south of the world. That is, until you walked in, Captain. Yes, it was rather inopportune of you. Asha pauses for a moment. You don't take issue with this, do you, Captain? You both know that fraternization is forbidden, I presume. Among the crew, yes, but I don't see how that should matter. Arthur, Nutley, is a surgeon, and I'm a civilian. You make a fair point. Be discreet. I'm not prying the two of you apart when your tongues freeze together. No need to give anyone else ideas. We were trying to be discreet until you interrupted. Well, forbidden or not, we're at the end of our journey here, I suppose. I hope. Matters of the crew are in the past. Sail home, Kasha. Well, it's something to look forward to. Been a while since we had that. Agreed. I wish you both happiness. It's what you deserve. Thank you, Captain. Now, if you'll excuse us. For warmth. You. I wish to speak with you on a matter. What matter? Concerning your report. Put simply, I have a story for you to include. Regarding who I am. You're a kennel master. That is true, but not the whole truth. Well, this is sudden. I've been more curious about your past. I've no doubt you were. Cordell turns to Kasha as the reporter quickly scrambles together her notepad and pen. Now, I am certain you have heard them call me Lady Cordell. Yes, frequently. I asked around, and apparently it was a moniker granted to you due to how you spoke. Well, those who dubbed me with that name have no idea the irony in doing so. Yeah, Cordell, stomping in. The truth is, I am a noble, or rather, I was. What? I suspected you might have an upper-class background. Your suspicions have not done you wrong, Shaw. I was born and raised within the nobility. I don't mean to call you a liar, but that's just a big claim. Ingrid Cordelia Weston. What? You keep your ear to the ground often? I'm sure you've heard of her. Yes, actually. She's a distant relative of the monarchy, had a seat as a MP for a brief period. Went missing unexpectedly. Well, I am Ingrid Cordelia Weston. Or continue. Have all the proof I need to show you? No need, I believe you. You do? It would certainly be an odd thing to lie about. I assume you're aware of the political system, Kasha? To no end. Researching it was possibly the most dull and harrowing part of my last report. And yourself, Captain? Vaguely. Well, then allow me to refresh your memory. Well, as a distant cousin of said monarch, I was placed in one of those parliamentary seats. As you can imagine, I had no interest in being an MP. My aversion towards human interaction was no different in my youth. From the age I received my first dog as a gift in my childhood, I have much preferred their company. Surely there was once a time when you weren't such a recluse. Well, you have encountered and interviewed many of the nobility in your time, correct? Correct. Would you choose to spend your time amongst those people? Fair point. So, this whole time we've been traveling with a runaway MP? Yes, I suppose it does sound quite unusual. Will Hammond reveal himself as an actual mole next? Well, perhaps there's merit in asking him. But why did you leave? The reasons for that are quite simple. I refuse to live that life any longer. In that world, in my position, certain things were expected of me. Act with decorum, attend every social event, keep your real self hidden until you're considered suitable to be shipped off into a political marriage. A grim reality. One I wanted no part of. My choice was clear, and I didn't hesitate in my thought for a moment. I left home in the dead of night, taking only two things with me. My certificate of birth, for reasons more practical than sentimental, and my dog, for reasons more sentimental than practical. I started a breeding kennel in the capital, earned the moniker of Lady Cordell among the common folk. And from then, I was free. Free to feel the ground beneath my feet. As Cordell speaks, Kasha instantly takes note. I see. Intently takes notes. So trapped in a restrictive role in society, you broke free of your chains, yearning to be independent. I suppose, yes. Just like a wild pack of dogs, able to roam free. Please do not include a surface-level poetic interpretation in my actions. Poetics are my calling, but okay. That's good. Keep it. There's no accounting for taste, Captain. I think I'll respect Cordell's wishes. Though I do think with enough rewrites, I can make it sound great. I doubt that. Thank you for sharing, Cordell, but why have you shared this with me? Why now? My report, it will expose your identity to everyone. Why would you allow that? Because I trust you to tell my story. And I no longer have anything to hide. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I'll tell the whole truth of your tale. I know you will. Assuming you leave out that tripe about wild dogs. And yourself, Captain? Speaking of dogs, how is Stanberry? Faring well. Still pregnant. What? Stanberry's pregnant? Yes, quite fortunate for me after what happened to my kennel. I'm sure Cordell will bestow each of us with a puppy to commemorate our journey. Another amusing jape, Captain. I most certainly will not be allowing any of you close to my dogs when this is through. I intend on replacing the kennel I lost, piece by piece. Stanberry will birth a new generation of sled dogs. So you'll be continuing your line of work. Yes, I'd much sooner begin again as a kennel master than return to the nobility. Agreed. So, that's your entire story? More or less, yes. I'm sure Captain Shaw has no objections to this tale. What say you, Captain? I never would have expected. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate you listening. I can't believe you would trust us with... Thank you, friend. Do not mistake this for closeness. I simply trust your credentials enough to consider you a professional. But you're welcome. You turn and Kasha and leave Kasha and Cordell. Okay, well, all that heartwarming stuff aside, we have an opportunity on our hands right now. We can head into the cave to find the Viscount, or we can head down the hill to save the people. The only person who gives a single shit about finding the Viscount is Hammond. Not Hammond. His name. I've already forgotten his name. I've read it 1,000 times. Templeton. Everybody else just wants to leave, which is absolutely the rational choice. So the question comes to me whether or not I'm interested enough in seeing it. And if I can get the people to believe me that going to it is the right idea. About half the old crew went down into that cave and went insane. But apparently whatever they have is so important that it matters the fact that I'm here. I said before that the thing that I care most about, the thing that I need, is some closure to the story rather than a simple escape, and we'll never know what was down there. But I fully believe that if I go down there, I'm dead. Either I'm dead or someone's dead. And we're not getting out without anything good. But I can't leave it unfinished. I can't leave it unfinished after all this. You notice the compasses are pointing directly towards the cave. Forgo the rescue ship to search for the Viscount. Risk versus reward, indeed. And right now, the risk as high as it can go. I don't know if the rest of the crew will follow me, but I have to know. The dark cave network reveals itself into an opening. There it stands before you. The Viscount, what was left by its former crew. But not as it was left. The ship stands quite different indeed. The snow filtering into the grotto seems almost frozen in time. The weather itself remains fixed in awe of this impossibly sprouting from the great lost ship. This impossibility sprouting from the great lost ship. Snap to attention. You cannot afford to lose your focus. The expedition's goal is in... After 5 years, no, 6, after the most roundabout road possible, you finally found it. Drop the mask of captain, but for a moment. Cheer. Celebrate like a sailor. You fill your lungs with air in preparation. Fuck! Yes! God's fucking yes! You throw your arms into the air, flailing uncontrollably in manic celebration. Junior soon joins you in celebration, throwing his own arms into the air and yelling at the top of his lungs. To your surprise, even Dr. Nutley joins you in expletive-soaked glee. Templeton clears his throat in an attempt to keep your focus. You realize that the others are now staring at you. You cough and straighten yourself before turning back to address the rest of the crew. My word, it's... Kasha appears to be lost for words. Instinctively, she reaches down for her camera before her eyes widen. Oh, no, damn it. Are you okay? What's wrong? There'll be no pictures. There isn't a soul who'll believe this without photographic evidence. Well, there's at least eyewitnesses. They can't think us all mad, right? My goodness, will you look at this? In all my years, never have I seen something this remarkable. Beautiful, amazing. Sure is something. The impossible lies before our very eyes. A reward for those who've braved the land of no return. Shaw, could it all have been worth it? To find this at the end of our road? My goodness. Shaw, despite the vegetation, the Viscount looks to be intact. I shouldn't hazard to get my hopes up, but remarkable. Truly remarkable. Captain, we must study this at once. I was concerned, Shaw. I was worried that we may not find anything at the end, but this is more than I could have possibly imagined. How could something like this exist out here? It's just not possible, is it? Believe your eyes, Doctor. Ah, grimly it looks familiar, doesn't it? Aye, the tree in the snow. The fruit of the three sisters, right? That old tale would keep me up at night. Careful, Shaw. There's many sailor songs about this. None of them good. Awfully superstitious, don't you think? Any good sailor would be. Besides, we're looking at it now, aren't we? What the fuck? Am I seeing things here? You're not. You've got to be fucking joking. I know. This tree. The tree? I don't give a shit about some bloody tree. What? Then what are you... The Viscount! Look at it! It's seaworthy. You know that from a look? I know every inch of it. It's just like its twin. We can sail this. Captain, this truly is a discovery for the ages. We need a moment to collect our thoughts. Under no circumstances is anyone to touch that boat. For all we know, that plant could be poisonous. We need to practice extreme caution. Well, you're the botanist, aren't you? Take a look at it. The dog's barking at it. Stanbury, please. I'm no expert on plants, but there's something about this that unnerves me. Don't trust it for a second. We need a proper assessment of that tree, Templeton. Agreed. This is what we came here for, Shaw. This is the fruit of our labor. Well, we should not lose focus. The crew get to work setting up a makeshift camp on the side of the ship in the grotto. It's locked. Send below the deck. Yo, look at this. This is so cool. Is a piano? I'm not going to VA the barks for you, Marcy. I'm sorry. Down in the boiler room. The engine of the Viscount. The classic retrofitted steam train model twisted amongst the roots of the tree. Bits for barks? Yeah, you can... of course you want that, Yoshi. An old skeleton in what appears to be a captain's uniform. Their bones have fused to the roots around it. They've clearly been here for some time. Inside their coat, you find the ship's key. You unlock the door with the captain's key. You enter to find a ghost sitting before you. Littered around the room are countless familiar scrawlings. This is Connolly, 8, Junior, 12, Wardell, 3, Hammond, 6, Templeton, 11, Kurt, 5, Arthur, 2, Shaw, question mark. Crew wanted, able-bodied crew wanted for dangerous expedition. What I initially signed. Must not have it. Always stuck in the ice. What? This is like the branching path. As soon as we get stuck in the ice, we go to different things. She must not have it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The thing that she was supposed to find, I'm going to talk to the captain in a second, but the thing that she was supposed to find is the fact that there are branching paths and that we could go back in time and change things around. What the fuck? Speak to the old captain. You wouldn't happen to have a light, would you? Hunt? Is that you? In the flesh, my friend. That's Captain Shaw. He looks up at his hat on your head. Yes, I suppose it is, isn't it? I thought you were dead. Not dead, not quite alive either. Somewhere in between, I think. You have a lot to answer for, Hunt. I'm sure you have infinite questions. He looks up at your head. You seem to be wearing my hat. I wanted to feed it to you. Well, I am out of food. I never liked that hat anyway. A bit aggrandizing, don't you think? That was my ship. Right where you left it, give or take a few leagues beneath the ice. May the seas soothe her spirits. I hope she put up a fight. I suppose it's wrong to call her my ship anyway. Which reminds me, Templeton told you about Minerva, out. And what exactly do you know about Minerva Apperton? Minerva's story is a rather tragic one. Are you sure you want to hear it? Yes. Beautiful beyond reproach. You swear you'd never seen someone so idyllic. Anyway, the young starlet originally found herself at the helm of an illustrious stage career. Following that came business offers, modeling, advertisements, and of course, love. Well, doomed love. She was widowed, you see, but not before winning the heart and hand of the son of a little tinned foods company. How did he die? There was rumors she killed her husband, but I'm not so sure. Maybe he choked on a peach. It might have taken Minerva the rest of her life, but well, let's just say the Appertons have their hands. A lot more than tins of peaches these days. It still doesn't explain what she wants with the Viscount. The Viscount's expedition was a government affair. Deduction would say that Minerva would like to keep whatever she finds for herself. Get ahead of the game, as it were. When we first met, you mentioned the Viscount was a research vessel. What was it researching? I have some questions of my own I need answered first, Robin. Now, I want to know, which Shaw is speaking to me right? Robin Shaw. Who else would it be? How are the Stoke brothers faring? Alive and well, no thanks to you. That is good to hear. You made land after the sale, I assume. How is everybody else? How did you fare on the ice? The kennel master attempted to leave during the expedition once we made land. I talked her out of it. Not easy to do. You must have made a convincing argument. Kasha dropped her camera during the climb. We avoided disaster, but the camera was lost. Right. Camera was the most important item on this expedition. It's the only way any of this will be believed. Why didn't you steal it as well, then? You've met her. I'm fairly certain she goes to bed clinging to the thing. Didn't get a chance. The doctor has managed to stay with us at least. He found his nerve out on the ice. Now that is pleasant to hear. He was the only crew member I was unsure of. I didn't want to upset his father by getting the poor boy killed. But any of that matters now. I'm sure you'll be thrilled to learn Mr. Templeton is fine. I expected as much. Has he given you much grief? Quite a lot, actually. Not surprised there. Between the two of you, I'm beginning to think I'm the only one actually considering the lives of everyone else on this doomed jaunt. My word, he truly must have been a nuisance. Now I have questions of my own. Of course. I'm sure you're wondering what led me here. You might be able to tell it isn't a particularly hopeful answer. I failed my men. Be specific. Well, there was the four of us, as I'm sure you quickly figured out. Smurf, Corvid, Joe, and myself grabbed what we could and headed off with one of the larger lifeboats. Why did you abandon us in the first place, Hunt? I left for the good of the crew. And taking our supplies? Was that also for the good of the crew? You'll understand soon. Oh. Our flight was in the name of finding ourselves. Here, all of us. Smurf was the first to go. They knew what they were doing. They made their choices, and now they have passed. How? Did the gold take them? Everyone. He looked wistfully at the table. The custom of the sea occurred. Enough vagaries, Hunt. Speak more direct. It was Corvid's idea. There was protest, but after I learned the tins were poisoned with lead, we had no choice. There's always a choice, Hunt. The other two argued over partaking. Smurf refused and said subjecting himself to further tins. He didn't last long after that. He turned sour by the fourth day and attacked us, then froze himself. Corvid and I made it to the mountain, and then she made the impossible choice. She offered herself for the mission. Man goes quiet. I can't get the taste out of my mouth, Shaw. Hey, cannibals! Yoshi, you were asking about cannibals. I have to change. I have to change his speech now. Of course. I can't get the taste out of my mouth. Oh, I can't do that voice. I need more water to do that voice. Sorry. I can't get the taste out of my mouth, Shaw. No matter what I do. You're pathetic. You don't understand, Shaw. Every time this happens, my road always leads here, no matter what. It always leads to this. You seen that tree outside, haven't you? What is this, Hunt? This is what the Appertons have been after. We're here for this. All roads lead here, Shaw. All roads? All roads. I have eaten of this fruit countless times, and yet I'm still here. We have heard this conversation countless times. A different me, a different you, but the same. We keep coming back here. Do you regret your choices, Shaw? I remember you told me the sign of a good leader is willpower. You still stand by that? Do you know how hard it's been to convince these idiots that I actually give a shit about any of them? I do. That's commendable, Robin. The worst thing any one of us can do, Robin, is become the consequence of somebody else's plan. Maybe you've been the best Shaw you could be. Maybe not. But you still can be. He gestures towards the fruit. This, you can go back. Change the path to me. I don't believe you. You don't have to. Every time I've eaten this fruit, every past loop comes freshly back to my mind. And then I send my mind back once more. You can do the same, Robin. You can go back again. You won't really remember, but part of you will want to try something else. Some things will stay the same. We always get stuck. The temperance is always lost. But you can save lives, save rations, perfect your leadership. If you eat the fruit, that is, open up that eye of yours. He pushes the fruit forward. What do you say? So I can rewind time by eating the fruit? What on earth? Huh. I can make different choices, but I'm not upset about the choices that I've made. I'm happy with the choices that I made to get here, even though we lost a few people. The most important people stayed with. Some people got lost, but we made it through in the end. Break the cycle, I think.
I don't trust it. My path is settled, Hunt. Well, at least that means you're proud in your choices. We should head out, Robin. We have people waiting, you understand? It's been an age since I've seen my crew. Oh, but before we do, that tree out there, do you plan on taking it back to the Appertons? Something like that can't exist. Great. Going to burn it to the ground. Are you ready for the big reveal? What should we say? Ready. Here we go. I'm eager to see the look on Templeton's face. The two of you pace toward the rest. Templeton is the first to notice you. As predicted, the look on his face is a unique concoction of shock, anger, and mortification. Templeton, I appear to have found your lost captain. Other heads rapidly turn in your direction. One by one, they abandon their work and rush to assemble to see the sight themselves. Our previous captain has returned to us. Returned? Looks like you found him lurking in that bloody hole. Bloody hell, it's actually him, walking corpse. The others begin to mutter frantically. Hunt, you're still alive. The doctor made it. Good, I need you to fix up my teeth. Excuse me? He survived this entire time? I'm going to struggle to convince people my report is true at this rate. This is quite the shock. Hunt whispers to you. I knew the look on his face would be worth it. But, perhaps you would like to clarify our situation. Aye, I'd like to know what happened myself. Gods, is that Grimly? It's good to see you again. Where are the rest, Hunt? The rest? Smurf, Corvid, Joe, where are they? They didn't make it. All these years. Just like that. They're gone. Did they at least receive good deaths? As best they could, grimly. Now is not the time to dwell on those gone. Yes. No. Captain Shaw. How in the world did you find this man? Hunt has been moving ahead of us for this entire expedition. I found him in the captain's cabin. Has he enlightened you as to why he left? Aye. Now we know the bastard isn't dead. He's just a traitor. Mind your words, Hammond. Show some respect. I know I told you the man was dead. I was clearly wrong. Hunt abandoned us so he could get a head start. He means to destroy the Viscount. Captain, I think it time we opened the floor to the rest of the crew. Something tells me many of them have words to share. Hunt, why did you bring me aboard this expedition? Excuse me? Doctor, this is hardly the time to work out your insecurities. The floor is open, Templeton. Quite so. Hunt, I've been asking myself that question since you left, since I saw you leave. Pardon? You what? You saw Hunt leave, and you didn't stop him. He couldn't stop Hunt and his men. What does it matter if he saw him? This doesn't matter right now. It does to me, Captain. I remember that. You looked like a frightened deer when you saw me ready to go. Is that why you brought me on board? Because I couldn't stop you? Because I was young, naive, easily manipulated? It is, isn't it? Hunt tilts his head in confusion. Hells no. Oh? No, it was a favor to your father. He's my barber. That's it? That's the entire reason? Aye, he's very good. Asked me to toughen his boy up a bit. Seems like it's done the trick. Kasha lets out a small chortle before covering her mouth to stop herself. Arthur did that himself.
To be honest, I was worried from the beginning that my father was involved, and yet, after all that's happened, I'm actually relieved the real reason it's so benign. This entire time, it didn't matter. I put more thought into why I was here than Hunt ever did.
The doctor had no choice but to laugh at the absurdity of it all.
We are getting away from the point at hand. Anyone else apparently require a psychological evaluation?
You turn back to the crew to find yourself face to face with Hammond. He darts past you and confronts Hunt.
Enough bloody games. You should have gone down with the ship. That's tradition, you coward. Tradition would want all of us dead. Best not to follow that now, I think.
No more jokes, Hunt. Hammond's right.
Watch your mouth, Hammond. How about Hunt watches himself? Don't threaten him, Hammond. Don't forget he's our captain. He left us to die, the bastard. Indeed, to pick and choose when tradition matters. It's shameful, no? At least Shaw sees sense.
The crew are still looking to you to make sense of all this.
Is there anything you would like to add, Captain Shaw?
Take this opportunity to come clean about events past. You clear your throat. The rest of the crew are still watching, waiting. About our benefactor. Their name is Minerva Apperton. She owns the Tinned Food Company.
The tinned food? As in the peaches? I spent an age attempting to uncover information on the mysterious benefactor. You mean to tell me that we were eating from their tins this entire time? Curious. Why would a tinning company invest in such a mission? Ridiculous. It seems our captain is suffering some kind of delirium. A tinning company? Absurd.
Templeton was the one who told me. He's lying.
Is this true? Is that really who you work for? Very well. It's irrelevant anyway. This mission was indeed sponsored by the Apperton Tinning Company. And just why is Minerva Apperton interested in retrieving a lost research vessel? None of that seems the business of a tinned foods company. I cannot say myself. There are some things even I am left in the dark on. Is there anything else you would like to disclose now that we seem to be trading privacies?
The rest of the crew are still watching and waiting. I think we've all heard enough.
We cannot wait around here forever, Captain. This ship, this tree. What is our next course of action? Isn't it about time you told them about the tree? Hunt, what do you know of this? I'm sure you're very interested in knowing, Richard. Anyone would be. This is what your employer seeks. The fruit of this tree. It changes everything. It will change the world. The fruit? Yes. I have tasted the fruit countless times, and I have seen countless paths to this moment. My word. He's truly gone insane. No surprise that the man has lost his mind. Isolation out here? It would happen to anyone.
I assure you, he isn't delusional.
What? Shaw, have you honestly been convinced by this man's ramblings? Listen to me. To hell's with the Appertons. They can't be allowed to have this. Nobody should. What are you suggesting? Needs to be destroyed. Burned to the ground. What? Hunt, this is quite possibly the most important discovery of our age. It needs to be studied. Barring that, you were hired by the Appertons to retrieve it, not to decide your own ethical judgment.
We have an obligation to our employer. No, Hunt is right. This thing cannot be allowed to exist.
Allowed to exist? Do you hear how drastic that sounds, Shaw? Regardless, I am the captain of this expedition, and my word is final.
A long silence falls among the proceedings.
Rufus Hunt, you are not captain of this expedition. What? Then who is? Shaw? Shaw's my first mate. That was a temporary agreement. I've returned and reclaimed my role. Unfortunately, Hunt, I have read our contracts quite thoroughly.
Templeton produces his copy from his jacket pocket. In the event that the captaincy is held in contention, the correct course of action is to hold a vote. Any officer of the crew may put themselves forward to claim the title. And that's what we'll have. The crew should decide for themselves.
A vote? I welcome it.
Hold on a moment, both of you. I nominate myself for the captaincy. As stated, to do so is within my right.
You bloody what? Templeton, you idiot, you'll split the vote.
So be it. I have more faith in the crew's common sense than that. Look at you, both of you. Captain and first mate have both failed to lead this expedition with efficiency and proper decorum. I have stood by and attempted to help for too long. This crew needs a proper leader.
You, old Dickie Templeton.
Fine.
We'll see how that works out for you.
The contract also states that candidates should put forth their selection for the first mate position. The selection of first mate is allowed to make their case to the crew in open forum as to why they should select their paired candidate.
Good luck with that. Best get to it then.
Come on, you lots. A captain's vote requires a deck. Board now. Let's end this. The crew tentatively board the vessel. Proceedings commence. I think I just barely lost his loyalty. Like, barely lost his loyalty. That's why he's doing this. Right at the end, I talked mad shit on him. And he was unhappy about that. Now he's being unhappy over here. No need for introductions. We're far past the point for that. There's so much I've seen in all my days leading vessels like this. The sorts you lot would hear songs of and doubted every word of. But what I've seen here, it goes so far beyond any of that. What stands before you is so much bigger than any of us. I've walked this path before, so many times. Half of you can attest to that. I understand if you look at me as a deserter, a coward, a traitor. You have every reason to. But you should ask yourselves where you stand, where your road took you. Always here, me. Even in my absence, I've always led you to where you needed to be. Hunt clears his throat before pointing to the tree. That thing is an abomination. The power it holds is too great for any one person to possess. Hunt holds up a fruit. Do you wish to hand this, the quite literal fruits of our labor, over to the employer who would have us die out here for their gains? The employer who would not even entrust you their name. An employer who would leave us out to die on the ice, that would refuse to send rescue. There was a murmuring between the crew at the implication that a rescue ship was not sent. That is not true. Shut that mouth of yours until it's your turn to speak, Dickie. Robin Shaw was a fine officer, but Shaw could only hold down the fort in my stead. Shaw did not weather the seas. Shaw did not discover the temperance. I did. You should judge Shaw in the officer's own words. When we last spoke on the temperance, Shaw told me that the mark of a leader comes in willpower. I ask you, what has willpower gotten you over a solid, proper plan? Do you think the will of Robin Shaw can carry you any further? Now, I believe it's time my first mate said a few words. Grimly. Grimly steps up. I'll keep it short. Captain Rufus Hunt is a man who I would trust with my life. Always has been. When Junior and I were but lads, he took us in when we had nowhere else to go. Since then, he's been the best captain we could have worked for. Shaw couldn't live up to that standard. If you trust me, you should trust Hunt. Grimly steps down. Thank you, Grimly. I believe it's your turn to speak, Templeton. You all know me as Mr. Richard Templeton, the Chief Science Officer of this expedition. You also know that I had advised Shaw during their time as captain over these past 41 weeks we have spent on the ice. Unfortunately for myself and for the crew as a whole,
Such advice has routinely fallen upon deaf ears. When looking at Officer Shaw's history in the Merchant Navy, I believed that we had found someone diligent, modest, hard-working, but apparently not. What precisely did you sail on the open seas, Shaw? Perhaps you're more inclined with Rufus Hunt than I thought. You all know the reason Rufus Hunt found himself dishonorably discharged from the military? Abusing his rank in order to smuggle contraband. Hunt has continuously betrayed the trust of all he has worked with. You all know that all too well. For that, Rufus Hunt carries the greatest badge of shame a man can hold. I would be wasting my breath running through every despicable act associated with Mr. Hunt. His reputation precedes him. As for Officer Shaw, despite my best efforts, it is no longer possible to argue that Shaw can be considered qualified or suitable for the position as captain. Shaw would fail to establish authority amongst the crew, even going so far as to allow open songs of mutiny to be played in their presence. Does this sort of weak-willed, non-committal action inspire you to follow Officer Shaw? I doubt as much. Shaw lied to all of you regarding the fate of Hunt, simply to get ahead in the chain of command. Now this cruel deception is dragged into the light and withered away in the sun. Shaw still presupposes to be deserving of your trust. Can you honestly say that such trust is still held? We stand beside the greatest discovery of our age and a pathway back to our homes. Allow me to humbly assist you all, as I have done since we first set sail. If you wish to return like lapdogs to a craven traitor who would abandon you in order to protect his own hide, feel free to cast your vote for Rufus Hunt. And if you find yourself to be truly satisfied with the last 41 weeks and the leadership of Robin Shaw, be my guest. But I have more faith in the intelligence of this crew than that. I know you will all see sense. Thank you. Now, a word from my selection to act as first mate. Mr. Hammond, if you will. Hammond steps up. I'm not one for speeches. I won't bore you. I'll keep this short. Hunt's a bloody traitor who left us to freeze. You think he expected us to make it all this way? Nah, he wanted us dead. And he wants us to burn this tree and the Viscount with it. Man's lucky we didn't set him alight the second we saw his ugly mug. As for Shaw, I've done my best to keep us all from freezing to death, and nobody has stood in the way of that more than Shaw. We're lucky the rest of us had some sense, because Shaw would lead us off the side of a cliff if they could. Just another bloody egoist captain, like Hunt, like the rest. I don't like Templeton, not one bit. Man's a prick. But he's our best choice. Hunt didn't work for us, and neither did Shaw. If nothing else, Templeton is at least committed. He's had a clear plan this whole time, and right now, that's what we need. You don't have to like the man. I hate the fucking bastard. But I can trust him to do the smart thing here. That's all you can ask for. Hammond steps down. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I would have appreciated less choice language, however. Well, that leaves us with Shaw. You've waited quite patiently. Now the floor is yours. You step forward as the crew awaits with bated breaths. They've been waiting patiently for quite some time, with Hunt and Templeton being granted time to speak ahead of you. You can only hope they find this final speech more memorable. There's a stillness in the air. You've traveled so far with this crew, and now they stand. All seem to be hoping that your next words will instill in them a confidence, an assurance that all this time spent with you has been worth the trouble. You pause, collecting yourself for a moment before making your first statement. Only one person has been able to carry you all this far. Not Hunt, not Templeton, me. I once believed a leader who was one who exerted great willpower. I was mistaken. A true leader should be unafraid to show their true face to their crew. To hide that is to close your eyes to their own plight. Nope, that's dumb. To keep pressing on in spite of it all is a fool's errand. No. A
true leader should be unafraid to show their true face to their crew. Hide that is closed your eyes to their own plight. I see before me many different faces from many different backgrounds. And then look at you. Here and now you all stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder. We have more in common with each other now than anyone else in this world. The crew look around, examining each other, taking a moment to consider the souls who have traveled with them to the ends of the earth, the souls they intend to travel back with. I haven't a bad word to say about this lot. Frankly, their music is some of the finest I've had the honor of hearing. Thank you. Aye, whatever I thought about landlubbers and imperialists, that shit doesn't matter anymore. We're all the one crew, aren't we? Your thoughts turn to the Viscount, and the trees sprouting from its back. You must make your intentions clear. Do I keep the ship? Yeah, this is pretty crazy. This is like everything has been built up to this point. Do we keep it? Do we change the world? My final message? We have the numbers. We can sail the Viscount home, and that's what I intend to do. Well, Hunt lied about there being a rescue ship. Maybe. Templeton had no idea this was here. He would have no reason to lie about there being a rescue ship, and he's the one who told me about it. They would have no idea. We can't just stay here. But Hunt was telling me about a fruit that sends you to the past. I assume the fruit would just send me to the past, which is the truth. This tree cannot be allowed to exist. I fully intend on burning it to the ground. The time for fear is over. Let us all stand united and plunge ourselves head first into the depths. Who will you choose as your first mate to speak on your behalf? Kurt's too old. Cordell, she trusts me well enough. Nutley is a simp, and Kasha's a whatever. Everyone does respect Kurt. Who's the one who's helped me with the most decisions? I think it's Kurt. They nod back at you. Kurt steps forward. From the beginning, I had great faith in Shaw's captaincy. And we've come far enough to admit I was trying to be optimistic. A frail old man just trying to put on a brave face and hope for the best. But Robin has even surprised me more than I could have imagined. Here is a captain who has carried us through every hell you can picture, cold and bruised, and still intends to carry us even further. How could that not instill your respect? Shaw is without a doubt the finest leader I have ever had the pleasure to work with. I could only hope to be half as much of an inspiration. Kurt steps back. Start the vote. Dead. 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 Science team is going to go for Templeton, of course, splitting the vote. Nutley is going for me. Kurt and his men. Grimly, Rufus, their men. Stoke. They're abstaining. They're abstaining. Cordell and Belford. Why did they abstain? What? I would have lost. Absolutely would have lost if the rest of the crew went for me. As the vote comes to a close, Hunt stares at you in shock. Well, there you have it, Shaw. Suppose I can't argue that, can I? That's Captain Shaw to you, officially. Very well, Captain Robert Shaw. I'm sure you're pleased to hear me say that. Congratulations, Robin. I didn't doubt you for a second. It's good to have that awful matter behind us. But that does leave Hunt. Honestly, he's the pitiable sort. But that doesn't change what he's done. We need to decide what to do with the chap. I'm curious on that myself. Well, Shaw, you're the captain. What should you do with me? Do I blame Hunt for what he did? He stole our supplies and left us behind. Left us to die. Because he lost his ability to care for us, since he could always eat the peach and just go back in time. From his mind. I can't forgive him for that. Even if it feels like it meant nothing to him, it meant something to us. Every time. He's not going to be a free man. But will I condemn him here? Forever. No. We'll apprehend him. He'll be taken back to our land as our prisoner. You may as well put me to death now, then. Doubt I'll receive a softer sentence on land. We also have Templeton to worry about. He doesn't carry much affection from the crew, but surely he's done nothing illegal. I can't say I trust him, but maybe we shouldn't jump the gun, Captain. Do you intend to restrain me as well, Captain? Templeton is a free man. As I would expect. I would commend your compassion, but this is just as much the intelligent course of action. Our employer would not take kindly to any abuse of their representative. That just leaves the matter of, well, this tree. Fascinating thing, isn't it? Has quite the ethereal look to it. Well, something needs to be done. It's up to you, Captain. This tree cannot be allowed to exist. Burn it. Captain, do you not see an issue here? If we burn the tree, we'll be lighting up the Viscount with it. If it truly can be sailed, we'd be throwing away our best possible escape. It's a sacrifice we have to make. We cannot allow anyone to get their hands on this tree. Very well. I hope this is no mistake, Captain. The crew get to work, setting the tree alight. You watch as eventually the Viscount begins to burn and turn. Robin, that leaves our final problem. We're in need of an exit strategy. Odds of hailing the rescue ship for our location are more than a little slim. But I'll be damned if we give up now, Robin. We'll send an envoy out on the lifeboat, one who can flag down the rescue ship and lead them here. It's the lifeboat. To be honest with you, Shaw, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this madness. Well, I doubt such knowledge will be out of our hands once we return to land, correct? Still, I suppose we should be proud of our discovery. We wouldn't have made it this far without you, Cordell. Or Crane, or Rozzo, or Pascal, or Stanberry. I did not accomplish much on my own, Captain. All I ask is that my kennel be remembered. It will be odd to return to land. My name will be in the papers soon. No doubt I'll be recognized for my past. I doubt you'll enjoy the attention we're bound to receive. You're certainly not wrong, Shaw. I believe we'll find a new home. Start over with a new kennel. I've done as much before. I intend to do so again. With any luck, we will not meet again. It's been good knowing you, Cordell. It has been interesting, Robin. Promise me that you will take care of yourself. Well, I have a lot to write on our sail back, don't I? Still can't believe this. I just watched it burn to the ground and I still can't believe it. But now we just have to wait. Let's hope the rescue ship can be flagged down. What do you think this tree was? Who's to say? It certainly burned like any other tree. I'm sure plenty assume the supernatural, but perhaps it's just some unusual natural phenomenon.
It's funny, Captain. The reason I took on this story, interest in exploration, was waning. I grew up on stories of Kurt Darling. These great explorers were like legends to me. I didn't want that passion to disappear. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon a great discovery of our own?
You're one of those great explorers now, Kasha. Your name will be in the history books.
That is bizarre to think about, Captain. Regardless, I hope you continue to thrive, Shaw. You deserve that much. In fact, remember to keep in touch with me, especially if you have a good story to share. They'll write books about you one day, Robin. I know I will. Captain, I can't believe we made it. And yet, we still place our hopes on one lifeboat. Kurt is no doubt coming up with the perfect poetic phrase before we set off.
It is rather poetic, isn't it?
Can't say I disagree. You know, I still thought it was all hopeless, even after leaving you that letter. I had very little faith in survival. And yet, people were relying on me, Captain. I can only hope I didn't let them down.
I would be happy to work with you again, Arthur.
I would too.
But I assure you I will never be sailing again. Ever. I've had more than enough for one lifetime.
I never felt good enough to carry my father's name. But now? Well, thank you. Keep in contact. If you need a haircut anytime, tell my father to treat you for free.
I might as well throw any script I've been working on out, Captain. This is far more fantastical than any film.
To find the Viscount, to find that tree, and our one last bet on a humble lifeboat. My word!
What do you think that tree is?
Whatever it is, it's something special. Burning it may have been a mistake, Captain. Not before we knew for certain what it meant. Now I'll be left not knowing. Never a comfortable feeling. Oh, I just realized my career as a navigator is just about over, isn't it? We reached the last great uncharted part of the world. You know, when I grew up reading about the great explorers of old, I always had dreamed I would be one to plant that final flag. I may be an old man with a limp and no flag to place, but I managed it, didn't I?
What will you do once we return to land?
The first thing, well, I'm going to check in on my children. I can only hope they were worried sick about me. Who knows? Maybe my exploration days are over. Now's as good a time as any to call it a retirement. I'd still raise funding for the field. I don't want to leave folks like Hammond behind here. Maybe I'll move to theater. There's some stories I want to tell. Not about this expedition. Any. About home. The islands I left behind.
You've more than earned your rest, Kurt.
Thank you, Robin. I should take all of this as a sign to wind down, shouldn't I? I'll always be in contact if you want to work together again, Robin. I'll make sure we do, no matter the mean.
Arf. Good girl, Stanberry. Good girl. Stanberry lets out a playful bark. Right? Send out an envoy. Who knows if the rescue ship is real? Who knows if we'll actually be able to get back? Oh, the air was cold, of flaken white. The captain made a pledge. Out in the ice, I made a claim and carved a course ahead. Of glory found and forged in frost, now with the tale to spread. A hunger drew the desperate here. Such lonely souls. What did I do when steel hearts broke and courage did abscond? I've led these souls, so help the gods, out of the pale beyond. The end. En voyage. Got a whole bunch of achievements for doing that. Whew. And that's it. Man, oh man. I wonder. I really want to play through the game again. I don't think I'll play through it on stream. That was good. That was really good. I liked the writing. I liked where it ended up. I really wonder what happens through all the other stuff. What's his name? Hunt did say that if we went to the house, that all the food that was stored over there was lead poisoning. So we would have died if we had tried to shack up there for a little while. So going on to the ship, finding the ship was... There was a voice cast? Who was the voice cast? I didn't hear any voices at all the whole time. Am I crazy? All right. Okay, well, we'll leave it at that. I thought that... Okay, I'm going to ignore that. Yeah, I'm really curious to see a lot of the other ways. Burning the ship, not burning the ship, that's the final choice, and it really doesn't affect lots of things. But having people there who would have made choices, who would have not made choices. The testers, yeah. More testers than WoW. Get out of here. Oh, man. We're the testers on WoW. That's why they put the PTR up, so they don't have to spend any time doing anything. That was good. That was well made. I saw a few text errors. There were some things. Clicking on stuff would be weird. But if I continue this... So this is our path all the way up to the end. Branches 1 of 40. So there are a lot of options left. See on this. According to him, getting stuck in the ice was always going to happen. But from that point on, it's kind of fair game. I'm really interested to see what the rest of the crew, or what the rest of the people playing this, what they ended up seeing, what options there are to see. But that was super cool. I'm glad that we kept most people. Rough that we lost a few people, but for what it's worth, those 3 people were the people that I hated the most. So they're gone. Dan, welcome. The game is literally over. We saw a crazy ending. Feel free to go back to the VOD of this 4.5-hour session. But it is very late. I am happy with having played it. I'm going to figure out about the voices. Because apparently they had a voice cast that didn't... 18. I wonder. I'm going to see. I'm going to see real quick. If I continue from the last bit right here. See what happens. Hey, Templeton, I found your damn ship. So he's going to offer us... I can hold control. Cool. Yeah, if you like the style, it's a very good... It was a great story. And talking with people was really good. And going inside was a crazy surprise. I think the majority of it would be whether or not you're willing to A, sit and read for such a long time, and B, if... I was talking with Alan, and Alan, one of the things he said was, I wonder what this is, what this could stand for. Is all the opportunities for things to go bad? I don't know. Yeah, Yeah, you could just listen. You could just go back, watch the VODs. I'm uploading them to YouTube, so you can check it out. And I could read everything to you. But I am interested in this one. Right. Let's see. So if I eat the peach, what happens? Let's see. This is all for a fruit. Tell me more. Eat the fruit. Let's see what happens. The strange taste of the fleshy fruit takes but a moment to envelop you. In that moment, you're struck with the profound sense that everything converges at this single point. The infinite ice flows now kaleidoscope around the hull of your reality. Fruits and branches, fractals previously entrenched in your past, unearth themselves, burning with a renewed awareness. Of countless crews, countless captains, countless yous, and infinite expeditions, you can see it all. And it can see you. Previous locked weeks from this line of reality can now be accessed and branched out. Is there anything else? Okay, we're going to go to the save tree system. Oh, man. Okay, so these are locks that we were stuck on before because we had to start brand new with all the decisions being made. But now they're completely open. Go back. Okay, we're going to exit the main menu. Lose your progress for this week. It should have just saved it. If I hit continue, yeah, okay. I'm able to do that. Whew. All right. Well, I definitely want to go back and check it out, but I want to see kind of what might be interesting in finding out. And in the meantime, I'm going to be done for the night. My voice is completely shot if you can't hear it. I appreciate you guys sticking around for the ending of it. Hi, Dan. Welcome. If you guys want to see anything else, let me know. I appreciate any follows or anything. I am taking off. I'm going to go to bed. So, take care. See you later.